Hello, chat. Are we ready? Are we excited? Check DMs? Oh, I just saw what, if you're referring to what JD sent. I think let's show that off before anything else here. JD, literally 10 seconds ago, finished his magnum opus of Umriss fan work. So, I recognize that the stream may have a few more viewers. I kind of hyped it up. Some people watching this might not know exactly what an Umriss is, so I think the best and quickest introduction is just to play this.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I ruined it. I'm sorry.
Like on a loop, perhaps? Wait, how do I make it loop? Loop. There we go.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I ruined it. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry. I ruined
Art.
it. I'm sorry.
I can't tell how loud that is because I can't hear it on my end. There, I'll turn it way down. JD made that. Thank you, JD. It's a wonderful, wonderful masterpiece. Louder, it would be funny. Oh, Outson made something too? I'm getting like dogpiled with fan art before the stream starts. Okay. I'll check for Outson's thing too while the viewers still come in. I could try to give like an intro to the stream while doing this, but I'm pretty bad at like multitasking, unfortunately. Let's see what Outson sent. Oh wait. Umriss the book streamversion.pdf. What is this? I'm getting sent all this stuff just as the stream is starting here, so what is this? Oh, holy shit. Someone made like a whole like companion piece, like a whole edited anniversary edition introduction to Umriss. Okay, I have to link this into the description. This is crucial, actually. Oh, but it's a PDF. I don't know how to link it in the description. Okay, I have to improvise here. What if I just quickly go through this as the intro to the stream? Let's do that. I think that's a good idea. It's not done yet? Okay. Oh, there's spoilers in here? Should I not go over this then? It doesn't have all the work. Okay. The forward and preface is fine. That's what I thought. Alright. Let's just look at this guy. So there's like an illustrated cover art. Who did the cover art for this? Was that you, Outson? I'm not sure. I've never seen this before. This is new to me, okay? So yes, this has been a collaborative effort. The stream is over a week in the making. Well, more than that if you count the time since I originally read the fic. It's been brewing for a long time, but this has been a Herculean effort on the part of my viewers and community to finish, to right an injustice, or to finish that which should have been finished long ago. The Grand Master Mona Lisa of Cursed Deltarune fanfiction, Umriss. Umriss means outline in German. Yes, that is crucial to understand the themes and the premise of Umriss. It's a German word. I'm just going to read this whole forward here. Fan works are an ancient invention, a recent invention. While its popularity, readership, and authorship have increased several fold since the 1970s through today, its preservation and recognition has stayed almost muted in the public eye. Creating fan literature is seen as a selfish endeavor, just like a journal or diary entry, as ultimately you're only writing for yourself. While writing and story crafting can be a personal matter, fanfiction is the only genre where others' works, such as novels, movies, interactive media, and graphic novels, are stolen, twisted, changed, and augmented into new fiction. This could be seen as the ultimate sin for a classical writer, and it has led to fanfiction for all fandoms being seen as a lowly hobby for those self-inflicted with obsession. Thankfully, the light at the end of this tunnel is the gradual realization of the beauty of the communal ownership and exploration of the nature of franchise fiction. It's as if everyone takes a piece of clay and folds it into grander art pieces that create a representation of the larger reception for the source material. However, execution is criticized to be spotty, if not outright rough. For every good fanfiction, there are 3 critically panned ones. As the years pass, more and more notable fan works get the reception they deserve. After all, Harry Potter fanfiction is now sold at Walmarts all over North America. Is it really? I didn't even know that. I'm learning fanfiction lore from this preface. Both Undertale and Deltarune are swarmed with fan creations. Half of their popularity is owed to them. Due to the meta-narrative nature of these games, alternative universes, or AUs, can be created either by an individual or a community, and still be within the realm of possibility in the greater universe, or message of both games, as well as allow for the stories to continue after they are done. The act of being inspired and molding a different version of the universe is, in one interpretation, diegetic to the story. While there are many who argue against this, especially since the implication comes from a few lines of dialogue, it was initially the consensus within the early Undertale Deltarune fandoms, and fanwork circulated everywhere on the internet. Not only that, but Deltarune as of this writing is not finished, as only 2 chapters of a Pan 7 are available for play. In response, a form of speculative fiction is spawned from the wish to pull out a crystal ball and peer into Deltarune's future. Projects such as Paper Trails by Lynx Griffin, Dorkt's Inverted Fate, and Underfell, whose most popular interpretation is from the fic Underfella, have their fans and are critically acclaimed. Then there is Umriss, a self-titled series of writings from an anonymous author only known by its name. Umriss circled mainly in 4chan threads and generals, existing as a pastebin link that floated around from one end of the community to another, as its author remained largely unknown. It was then followed by Umriss Stories, Birdly Goes Fishing, Just, emphasis on just, to name a few. Yeah, there were more, sadly. It was written just 52 days after the release of Chapter 1, when the only version of Deltarune available was a demo from Steam with 1 chapter available. There have been quite a few fanworks set during this cloudy period, where fans had to work with so little if they wanted to expand the lore in their own way, and Umriss is certainly one of them. What is contained in Umriss is a far future world of aged-up adolescent characters who are dealing with uncertainty and depression as they try to respark the old flames before they die out in their cold world. Birdly, a mere side character in Chapter 1, is in a marriage with deuteragonist Susie. They both certainly get the blunt end of the whole ordeal. Told in an odd mix of third and second person, Birdly gets the limelight here, and his desires and crude thoughts are laid out in plain sight. This melodrama is not only sparkled with intimate descriptions of affection, but is then taken aback by detailed and intense sexual encounters and musings on philosophy. It seemingly takes an escapist reality like Deltarune and makes it reflect our uncomfortable modern life. This goes on for a long time, I can finish it, it's only a bit more. This is a great intro, by the way. I'm digging it. This is the context we need, I think, for the stream. Criticisms for Umriss ranges from intrigue to disgust, as the execution has been noted to be spotty at best. Ramblings on Greek philosophers by the narrator, and the need to lay out your story with as much cigarette-smoking, sex, and uncomfortable family encounters as possible, lead to Umriss reading like a low-budget Lifetime television special mixed with MTV reality TV, with moments of a freshman philosophy major to drunkenly barking at you. However, Umriss presents a unique scenario for Deltarune. What happens when all is said and done? Will the main characters be the same once the curtains are drawn? Even if Deltarune ends in a neutral or chaotic way, one can't help but think about how these teens will grow up. Umriss presents a dirty version of that future, one that understands that, even if the angels' heaven is banished, people and monsters are still people and monsters with their problems, their faults, their evils, and their primal desires. Umriss ends in a cliffhanger, either intentionally or simply because it's unfinished. This likely confused many readers, including Andrew Cunningham, who read it out loud on one of his streams. Yeah, who would have thought? Eventually, a lone suggestion by a chatter gave him the idea to lend a collaborative effort to finish Umriss, mixed with a contest for good measure. The main goal was to create a most likely ending. These entries range from provocative to understated and comedic to serious. Crack fics are spliced in between elaborate and sensational melodrama, some that would be considered thought pieces on the original. Overall, the results represent 15 different outcomes, 15 different splinters of the story's universe, and 15 different interpretations. Along with the original source are entries from that contest. All credited are members of Andrew's wonderful Discord server, which serves as the main hub of lore, discussion, and crafting for many people. Umriss is, unfortunately, abridged. It is a decision that was hard to make, especially when we hope to distribute this to the community. Bird person on dinosaur dragon horse people is not for the faint of heart. Sex, they mean sex. Thankfully, a link to the original will be provided. Please view it with discretion, but also understand that you can't get Umriss until you've read the whole work. Now, presented in abridged format, the original Umriss fanfiction. Okay, and it goes off. Very cool. Okay, I think that was a lot of good context there. And I'm not going to be doing the stupid narrator voice the whole time, by the way. If anyone was considering leaving the stream if I keep doing the voice, that's just for the preface, okay? I didn't realize it would go on so long, so I decided to do a stupid voice. Yeah, wonderful work, Regan. That was a great piece of writing. Regan is also an entry in the contest, I should point out. She has her own fic in here, so... Oh, that was the foreword? There's a foreword to the preface? Okay, the preface is way shorter. I'm gonna read that too. This book PDF thing is a compilation of qualifying entries to the Finish Umriss event, a fan fiction writing contest held by Deltarune YouTuber Andrew Cunningham, etc. Just thought it'd be fun to do some fancy official-looking thing to celebrate the occasion, so I fired up latex template I found online and went ham. If everything has gone according to plan, this is being read live on the 11th. If so, let it be known that what you're seeing is just a proof of concept, including very much this preface. All the art is temporary and up for revision, and of course, maybe some of the authors may not wish to be featured in whatever this is. It's up to them, I suppose. For today's stream, I don't recommend streaming off of this. For one, anything that has any special formatting, including bold or italics, got screwed up and needs to be reconfigured. Okay, so don't read this for the stream. I got it. So this is like a resource. After the streams, this will be available to archive all of the community's efforts and all the fan fiction that's been submitted, so that's fantastic. But for now, I think we gotta get started on what we're here to do today. We gotta get down and dirty. So give me a sec here. I have like 50 tabs open. This is gonna be kind of elaborate, but I hope it'll work. Okay, so our official reading order, you can see down here. We have 15 submissions, and we're going to be going through it in the order listed here, which is randomized with a twist. So it alternates between the longest and shortest fictions, basically, but otherwise it's randomized. Anyone in chat right now, you have a very important role to play in the stream, because this is not just a writing event, it's a writing contest, nominally. The prize is just getting a role in my Discord server and perhaps something else to be discussed later, but I thought it's more fun if we get ratings, even if it's not that important who actually wins. And so you in chat will be voting via a Google form, which I wonder if I can just link it in the description. There's 3 different categories that you can rate these fics on. Actually, I'll just show it here. This is the form you'll have access to. So each fic has a 1 to 10 rating for comedy, which is how funny it is. Fidelity, which is how well it adheres to the original tone and concept and writing style of Umriss. And if you're not familiar with the original, then you can skip this one when you're giving your ratings if you don't know what the original even is. And finally, Poignancy, which is how much actual meaning and like power, emotional power, the authors managed to like wring from this otherwise unsalvageable disaster that is Umriss. So if it gets deconstructive, if it completes character arcs, if the characters undergo growth or has some interesting conclusion to the story. That's what Poignancy is about. And I'm going to link this form in the description, and I think I can reuse it. So if everyone just opens this form right now, and I think after each fic, if you just refresh the page, we can keep reusing the same form based on the tests that I've done so far. So let me add it to the description real quick. Oh wait, not that link. Oop. Hang on, hang on. Alright, description is updated. I'll post it in chat. And hopefully you'll be met with like a not accepting submissions or not accepting ratings right now. So basically once we're finished the fix, I'll turn on the floodgates and you can all submit your ratings. I think that's how it'll work. Alright, I think that's enough preamble. That's been a lot of preamble, but this is a very complex stream. It's not simple at all. One of the more elaborate endeavors that I've attempted, so let's see what we got here. 115 viewers, that's awesome. Alright, so the first up, we have the fic Luckluster, submitted by Discord member Wild Pasta. I have it clocked at 800 words. It was a maximum of 3,000 words, and many people hit that exactly to, like literally not one more or less, exactly 3,000. This is one of the shortest ones, though, so it's a good little appetizer. Where did I put it, though? Oh, hang on. Here we go. Alright, chat, we're going. We're starting off with Luckluster. Keep in mind the ratings as we continue. Actually, maybe I should read the last little bit of Umriss to lead into this, because this picks off right where Umriss leaves off. So actually, I might just read the final little bit of Umriss first. Where to start here? Let's just pick up with the most dramatic part possible. So this is Chris, Birdly, Noelle, and Susie at an awkward dinner party. Chris is speaking.
Didn't you want to start a family?
Susie froze with a fork in hand halfway to her mouth. Once again, silence filled the room. Birdly thoughtfully took off his glasses and placed them next to the plate. He was calm and steady on the outside, but the storm was growing in his mind like a typhoon. Chris guesses that he built this house thinking about his future family. He guesses damn right. And yet he has no kids, the rest is obvious. They can't have kids. Birdly was not expecting something that vicious to be brought up today, but he seemed to underestimate Chris's zealousy.
Do you believe in karma, Birdly?
No, I don't believe in faith or other fairy tales. Birdly's voice seemed tired and croaky.
I do believe in it. Life never forgets about our past mistakes.
Birdly tried to soothe his voice. Do you seriously believe that because of some ideological magical energy, I can't have... Silence again. Jesus, you're pitiful. I've tried to be pleasant, I've tried. I'm sorry, Susie, this is just... Birdly looked away from Chris and Noelle in a disappointed way. You wanted me to taste my own medicine, what a sick plan, huh? Birdly's voice was turning up sarcastic tones. The cynical manner of speech from his younger days returned. He got up from his seat and took a walk to the corner of the room, examining the wall paintings carefully. All those paintings must not be selling so well. Chris laughed peacefully. Birdly squinted angrily at him. Dark embers of his pupils were lit by an impish spark that danced and wiggled in them. You really are a hateful guy after all, Birdly said, shortening the distance between them two, sorry. You contemplate how many times I've wronged you and wait for the sweet opportunity of revenge. Susie covered her face and placed and leaned her arms on the table. Noelle was silently looking down at her meal. He down lip was twitching nervously. You've married into this wealth. What else would you want in life? Torment me? Noelle wiped her damp eyes with the back of her hand. Birdley was breathing heavily and leaning over Chris. You're a talentless failure, Birdley said, walking over Noelle and grabbing the back seat of Chris's chair. Birdley felt an ill joy from saying this. Chris was almost quivering in his seat, still with a sickening smile. That is the official ending of Umriss. And now, without any further ado, the ending. Some people believe that dreams can predict the future. While Birdley thought about it sometimes, he had never truly believed it. Coincidences were coincidences, but now, he was not so sure. Hang on. Zoom in. I'm not allowed to zoom in. You gotta press the button. There we go. Suddenly, Chris quitted his chair and ran to the kitchen with a sickening grin all over his face. ... Birdley already knew what Chris was going to do and was preparing his reflect. Chris got a knife. Oh my god, it escalates. But he didn't even throw it at Birdley. Instead, he opened a secret passage. Whoa. The floor was shaking, vibrating with motion. So Chris has got a secret passage in the kitchen. Birdley started to slowly lose his mind even more. Noelle ran to Clara while Susie left the house. Clara is the daughter of Chris and Noelle, for context. Clara. Why am I hearing boss music? Birdley asked himself. Suddenly, Birdley got launched right out of the house. Chris was riding what seemed to be a giant mech with lots of legs and 2 yellow-colored swords. Fire was emitting from the bottom. What the? How did you get my... Birdley yelled from afar.
Your project? Simple. Des got it for me.
Chris spoke into the microphone. Of course, that all made sense. Des wasn't just a random guy. He was always there, spying on Birdley. Okay, the drama is immense now. This really is Evangelion, yeah. Birdley was sitting in his chair. The sun shined brightly. Everyone bowed to him while he was working on his perfect project. He wore clothes of a real ancient Greek with a bright aura around him. That's some sound effect. Birdley was confused. Who dares interrupt my masterpiece? A snake came close. It wasn't biting, it was just staring. And right before his death... Ah! Birdley yelled in his bed. Dream sequence, ah. Oh my god, can you shut up? Oh my god, can you shut up? It's like 3 a.m., dude. Well, excuse me if I'm getting a nightmare. What was it? Just a snake being close to me, staring at me with its red eyes. End dream sequence. Susie was holding a trash can lid as a shield, while Noelle highly despised it because she was an elite. She didn't say anything against it. Wait, is it? I don't even get this reference. Trash can lid. It's almost like a Halloween hack reference, but I don't know. Not all these references are gonna hit for me. Oh, the bingo card. Oh yeah, we gotta get the bingo card in chat. Okay, I'll finish this first. This is getting really intense. Using his gaming skills, Birdley dodged quickly all of Chris's attacks. Heh, seems like you're still not a gamer, Chris, Birdley said with a grin on his face. Random L/ratio tweets were popping around Birdley, but he didn't care. Diegetically.
And you want buff?
Chris said, then aimed a giant sword at Birdley. Susie came to protect him, but was pulled aside. Who's speaking here? What the hell are you doing? Maybe that's Chris, I don't know. Being confused about who's speaking is kind of the spirit of the original fic, though, and that's what we're being graded on. There's no category for grading writing quality in isolation. It is only for how well it matches the quality of the original, and this isn't bad.
Susie, you have always protected me. You were strong. Well, I abandoned you when you needed me the most, but now I will defend you.
Birdly felt the immense power of motivational boss music. He was filled with determination. Holy shit. Birdly held the mech's sword. Then he throwed it alongside the mech. Using his determination, Birdly flied right into the control cabin. He's just got determination magic. And then he threw a punch. Miss. Birdly was very confused, but tried again. Miss, 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 etc.
Birdly, I have a human soul, so your attacks are very simple bullet patterns. You can't hurt me, bird brain.
Damn. The lore, okay.
Impossible.
Birdly was shocked. Is there any way to beat this moron? Then he remembered what he was doing the entire fight, reflecting the attacks. So when Chris carelessly spammed with his knife, Birdly reflected all of his attacks. So much that Chris hurted himself with his attacks. Whoa. It was over. Birdly was standing on top of a ruined mech.
Birdly, truth be told, I wasn't always like this. Once I got respected for my hard work, but then I realized that nobody cares. So I bought my happiness and married the mayor's daughter. Fame was growing stronger, and the rest is history.
And?
We're similar, Birdly. You will be a successor of me in the future, just for the karma. Now I can die in peace. With those words,
Chris took his last breath. Chris is still talking, that there was never a final quote mark here.
With those words, Chris took his last breath, and his soul shattered into a few pieces.
Birdly didn't believe Chris. Chris just wanted to taunt and dismorale him. While Birdly actually worked hard every day while keeping his gamer skills, Chris was born successful. Chris's parents were friends with the mayor, and Chris's mom was the school CEO. Damn. That's like Lancer's the dad of Card Kingdom. Toriel's the CEO of the hometown school. That's a good line. Birdly pulled Susie out of the dirt, while Chris and Noelle just stood together, pretending to be happy. I thought Chris died. I guess he just meant died metaphorically. Chris is he, by the way, in this canon. But it didn't matter for now. What was more important is how his beautiful wife is doing.
Suzanne, are you alright?
Not even Susan, Suzanne.
Yeah, everything's fine.
Birdly yelled. Instead of his beautiful wife, there was only a unfunny skeleton. Tears came down his chest.
No!
Fuck. Sans, I guess it was Sans? The end. Alright. That was a hell of a start. That was a hell of a fucking start. Who wrote this again? This is... Luckluster by Wild Pasta. That certainly was lore. So that's obviously going to be one of the more comedic entries. The way this works is that the fics are graded on the 3 categories, but then the lowest score is only counted half as much as the highest 2. So I sort of encourage every entry to pursue 2 of these categories. And I'm guessing that this is mostly a humor-focused one, with Fidelity in terms of the writing style, but not the actual themes, of course. Okay, first, yeah, bingo card. Actually, how do I get the bingo card? Maybe I'll make the grading, I'll open the grading first, so people can be doing that. So everybody, try refreshing the grading form and see if that lets you submit a response now, because I've opened it for responses. I will look on Discord for a link to the bingo. Can someone DM me the link to the bingo card, actually? Whoever has control of that. Alright, grading is open, it works. Oh wait, no, the bingo card, I can't use a picture. Isn't there a link to the website that'll randomize it for everyone? Otherwise everyone will have the same bingo card. That kind of defeats the point of the bingo, I think. Or maybe only I have access to that, because I was the last one who edited the bingo card. Shit. That was in the unofficial Umriss thread, right? Unofficial Umriss thread. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yes, here. Sorry, I'm sort of improvising live here. Yeah, wasn't there an option to randomize it? Next step. Wait, you need to, like, they want you to pay to get more cards? What the fuck? Oh well, I guess we all have to use the same bingo card. I don't know how this website fucking works. I'm just gonna link the page right here. Do with that what you will. Because I gotta move on. Nice scam, says Remnant. Yeah, really good scam. Okay, so I guess I have to give my own ratings for this fic here. So, yeah, I'd say for comedy, that was a pretty solid comedic fic there. It was only bite-sized, so it had limited to work with, but it really packed it in. We got, like, the Golden Birdie mech suit. We had some excellent diegetic battle system jank going on, which I appreciated quite a lot. I think I'm going to go with a solid 7 out of 10 for comedy on that guy. For fidelity, I think it had the writing style, the writing jank down pat. It kept all the pronouns, so it gets the bonus point. For the record, there is you get -1 fidelity point for changing any of the pronouns non-diegetically, so it's sort of like a bargain between 1 point and your soul that I thought it was really funny to pose to my community. You have to get 30 cards free to get a unique card. Oh, you do that yourself and then you get a card. Ah, that's how it works. Joined late, is there a summary of what happened or a link to the thing? We've only been through one fic so far. The description of the event is linked in the description if you want, like, that's the same document I gave to people who were entering into it, so... basically I'm reading conclusions to a really weird Deltarune fanfic and people are submitting their ratings in 3 categories here. Yeah, the fidelity, okay. But in terms of the themes, it didn't really try very hard at all to adhere to it, which is fair enough. So I think that's like a middling score. It got the details, but not the broader strokes. It ignored the sort of the ideas of it in favor of a shitpost, which is a perfectly valid way of approaching the project, by the way. It's just, you're not meant to get like max scores in all the different categories. And the poignancy here wasn't really trying to be that poignant. It was mostly a shitpost, but it had some throwaway lines about like we're not so different, you and I, Chris. At the end there, that was pretty good. So it's I'll give it maybe a 3 in poignancy because there was a little bit of effort there, but it wasn't really the goal of the fic. All right. And now I'm going to close voting. And I'm going to tally all the submissions, which unfortunately I have to do manually, I think. So this could take a hot minute, actually. It's kind of a complex process, but I'm determined to stick with it. Five. It's going to be harder to rate the first fix, of course, because we don't have a reference point for what the other ones are like, but the ratings are mostly just for fun. I wouldn't take it too seriously, personally. Alright, 343. And because there's no convenient way to prevent you from doing so, feel free to rate your own fix. Like, I don't care. Fair game, give it a 10 out of 10. And for the record, my own votes in this don't count any more than yours do, but by speaking out loud, I of course influence the vote. That's sort of my role in this. Okay. The rating has been tallied. I should keep the bingo card on screen to see if I get a bingo. Okay, yeah, I should. Okay, let me do that real quick. The bingo card. How do I do this? I think the easiest way is just to paste it in MS Paint, the old standby. It always works, damn it. Okay, close Discord again to avoid doxing self. Get a fat red pen. Okay, so unfortunately that first fic, I had to skip the bingo for it, but going forward I guess I'll try to fill out the bingo as we go here. It's gonna be, there's a lot of fucking windows open on my computer right now, I'll tell you. There's a lot of windows. Okay, I've tallied all the responses, so now I can delete this and refresh it for the next form. That's how the workflow is gonna go here. Alright, so next up on the list, Obris. This one's gonna be a big one. You know what Windows have, says chat? Outlines. You know what outline means in German? Damn true. Okay. So, Obris was by Irina. And this means there's a lot of them that are just Umriss in different languages. This was, oh God, what was it? Was it Czech? Is this Umriss in Czech? Or no, Croatian? Or sorry, I can't. I think one of them was Czech, and there's like 5 different ones. It is Croatian. Okay, sorry. And I think I have it open right here. So let me pour a bit of tea and we'll get going. This is the wrong Obris. This is Oris, not Obris. No, Obris is first, then Oris. So Obris, Irina, Obris. Good. Okay. Don't get it twisted. We got Obris and Oris. Alright, starting again with the bingo card here, which is going to keep getting sucked behind the window. I'm not sure how to prevent that, actually. Oh well.
You were always pathetic, Chris, but this is a new low even for you.
Birdley tightened his grip on Chris's chair. His fingers were starting to hurt from all the pent-up anger he was emitting with his tight hold of it.
I don't believe you of our people have a right to say...
No, this is Chris.
I don't believe you of all people have the right to say that.
Chris responded with his words full of passive-aggressive hatred. But then... thud. It happened so suddenly. Chris jumped up from his chair with clear violent intent. But Birdley was prepared and retaliated with a strong punch right in the face. Hell yeah. You got a fist fight. Good start. Chris fell down like a marionette being thrown on the floor. Birdley's gamer rage has taken him down. Although Birdley isn't even a gamer in Umriss canon. He stayed down with his nose was badly wounded. The sound of his fall was followed up with a scream. Noelle yelled. Susie was still sitting, utterly dumbfounded by what just transpired.
I don't know why I married this man, Noelle. Was it out of pity?
Said Birdley. Then, before Noelle could even respond, he ran outside the house and went in his car. Susie's still inside? He had no intention of driving away. He simply needed to get away from that cursed house. Susie and Noelle stared at each other. It was an immensely uncomfortable atmosphere. No shit. Birdley just runs outside to presumably vomit on the wall for all they know. Chris was on the floor with a bloody nose, and Noelle was wincing toward him with her eyes but didn't get up. So Noelle's like not even trying to help. She's just like, oof, ouch. Ouch, Chris. That must have hurt. Susie was trying to communicate a thought, but the words weren't coming out. She was staring at her shadow. She couldn't help but think about something so mundane yet bizarre in this context, like the shape of her shadow, its outline. Hey, roll credits. We did it. I think we're gonna get some Umriss meaning here. Its outline was big and scary. It showed off how big and threatening the purple lizard can be. But right now, Susie felt like the smallest, most useless, and inconsequential being on the planet. This whole reunion couldn't have gone worse. All she knew was that she wanted this day to end. Chris slowly got up without saying a word, slowly went to the bathroom, wobbling. He's an ice climber's main. Meanwhile, the bluebird was sitting in his car, thinking. Human nature is truly fascinating, Birdley thought. Sigmund Freud argued that there is a significant relationship between man and society, which makes one naturally antisocial based on the level of evil nature within each individual. Hell yeah. Got the philosophy lecture. He believed that the function of all society was to keep these humans' antisocial instincts in check. The level to which a human being becomes civilized is purely dependent on the process of sublimation, which is when a solid turns to a gas without first becoming a liquid. Freud's way of viewing human nature is seen as pessimistic, since he placed so much emphasis on the belief that there is a significant relationship between human behaviors and the society from which an individual grows. This means that the roots from which an individual originates are inherently evil and lead to disorder, but society shapes us to be socially acceptable. Freud believes that the superiority of the majority determines the way society is led and driven. This is why people like Chris will always be failures. They're socially undesirable and untrained. The best that such individuals can do is mooch off of naive people born into wealth like Noelle. Wow. I forgot the free space. I think that's been covered thoroughly so far. This is dubious, says chat. This is perfectly... the verisimilitude is perfect, is all I can say about this.
And then he has the gall to insult my family. It is truly despicable. Despicable,
Birdley thought. Susie came into the car. Let's go. She sounded emotionless. Better clear my throat with some tea, hang on. The drive back home was completely silent. Birdley was too drunk to drive. Susie was steering the wheel. Alcoholism, there we go. I mean, that was sort of built in already, but... Susie was steering the wheel, but she could barely concentrate on the road. She was trying to drown out her thoughts. All the things she tried to ignore for so long were now at the forefront of her mind. Will she ever have kids? Is being with Birdley working out? Does she need some time away? She hasn't truly felt happy in so long. The somewhat drunk Birdley lit up a cig. As the smoke cloud formed, Susie got slightly annoyed. I'm gonna say that cigarette doesn't count as droog, because we have better drugs that were referenced in the original. Hey, could you not smoke in the car, or at least open a window? She was uncharacteristically meek in her words. After not reacting for a solid minute, Birdley slowly opened the car's window. Hey, you know, Clara's a sweet kid, Susie said. Yeah, I suppose. I was thinking, Birdley, should we consider adoption? Maybe we should. Adoption. A part of Birdley was telling him adoption was a sign of defeat, but there weren't many other options open either. Clara was herself adopted by Chris and Noelle, that's the canon. Does this count as plot relevance? Yeah, maybe a bit. Clara is being brought into the progress of the character's thoughts here. Please, I really want us to have a family. You know how much this means to me. Besides, with adoption, we would be giving a kid a family. Birdley didn't respond. The rest of the ride was highly uncomfortable. They both went to bed as soon as they got home. Birdley decided he would read his favorite book, The Phenomenology of the Mind by Hegel. Awesome. Susie would also never ask him to narrate it, as it isn't to her taste. No shit, Birdley. But Birdley marvels in such texts. Hegel describes consciousness as developing through moments that include sense certainty, perception, and understanding. Sense certainty is the experience of immediacy of sensation, which does not depend on either the subject or the object. That makes a lot of sense out of the context of the 500-page tome that this was drawn from, definitely. Perception is an awareness that an object is universal and unconditioned by sensation. Understanding is a recognition that the unconditioned universality of the true object of consciousness transcends sensation and perception. Birdley considered himself to have quite a high state of understanding. Even when his life was slowly entering ruin, a part of him took solace in that fact. It's a shame that no one else on the planet is capable of understanding exactly what that fact is. Susie seemed distant still. She didn't like the fact that Birdley barely addressed her proposal. It felt like he wasn't taking her seriously. She felt dismissed, discarded. It gave her memories of that hospital visit. Did he seriously not learn anything? She didn't want to put herself in such a situation ever again. Meanwhile, in Noelle's household, things were going just as bad. Chris's mind became an endless waterfall of negative thoughts. He felt as if he were at his lowest. Noelle was lying next to him, almost already asleep. Well, you know. Chris had to get up. First to check on Clara. The little girl was sleeping quietly. Seeing this put a smile on his face. At least he has her. The tired human went to the bathroom. The nosebleed stopped, but it looked like his nose now has a bump. He was hoping it wasn't permanent. Chris has a nose? He already hated his appearance enough. Truth is, Birdley's words really hurt Chris, even more than his fist. But even more than that, Noelle has really ruined him today. They had a good life, a child, a stable living, a house. But then, why does he feel so unhappy? He truly loved Noelle, but he always knew Noelle didn't feel the same about him. He was just something Chris tried not to think about too much. Noelle has always been in love with Susie. It is so obvious that everyone but Susie knew. Chris knew he had to end it, and can't go on living this lie. She didn't even defend him, or help him get up when he got punched by Birdley. I think this counts as Noelle having the single horny brain cell. It is so obvious that everyone but Susie knew. Chris knew he had to end it. No, I went back. It was as if his presence was purely a tool to help Noelle fit into the status quo, not to mention how he felt bad about depending on her so much. Birdley's words really hit him. He might have been a bully, but his words rang true. I don't know why you married this man, Noelle. Was it out of pity? And he truly loved Noelle, but he could not go on like this. Chris went up to the antlered monster. She was still sleeping. He shook her a bit, trying to wake her up.
Hey, honey.
He whispered. Chris? What's going on?
Noelle, I cannot go on like this. I really can. Today was the last straw.
What are you talking about?
I want a divorce.
Noelle got up from her sleeping position and started sitting. It was like a bucket of cold water splashed over her face. Go.
We have to face it. We are not happy together. Oh well, you're not happy. I can't be in this relationship if you are.
I don't understand. Why do you think I'm not happy?
Face it, Noelle. You're still in love with Susie. It was all over your face the entire dinner, the way you looked at her. That's why you invited her in the first place, isn't it?
Chris, Noelle looked down, not being able to face Chris. She felt weird. She felt exposed, embarrassed, and worried, but also somewhat relieved. Relieved that Chris sounded understanding. It is true, I love Susie, she cried out. I know it is bad, but I shouldn't have married you, and I didn't truly want to. But I felt as if my only chance at having a normal life. I'm sorry, Chris, it was selfish of me. Tears were starting to run down her face. But Chris, we cannot get a divorce. What will we do with Clara? We have to stay together for her sake. I'm kind of lapsing into tutorial voice because the speech patterns are so similar here. Character growth. Chris sat down next to her. Crizel shippers are in shambles right now, says chat. Hell yeah. Whoa, baby, that's what I've been waiting for, says chat. Hell yeah. Yeah, this was also the my community's chance to exact retribution for the horrific state of these characters that were shown in Umriss. I like it. Chris sat down next to her and started speaking calmly.
We will still be your parents. I know it's a hard decision to make, but we can't explain it. But we can explain it to her. It is better for her to grow up with a mom who's happy with her life. I can live with Azzy until I find my own place.
Oh, Azriel's here. Wow.
Clara will be able to visit every weekend. I want to do this for both of our sakes. We cannot live a lie. I wish the best for you. Try to get with Susie. Tell her how you feel.
Go cook her?
Go cook Birdley, basically. Go cook him real hard.
Noelle felt as if a giant weight had been lifted from her heart. Thank you, Chris. You're right. I must do this. I will tell Susie how I feel tomorrow. And you deserve better than me. You deserve someone who truly appreciates you. Both of them were crying silently. Even though their relationship was over, they have never felt closer. After this peaceful sadness passed, they both went back to sleep. Birdley woke up after a night of insufficient sleep. He still felt tired. He looked through the room and saw the silhouette again. Its shape looked as uncertain as before, probably because he was still a bit hazy from yesterday. Then he noticed Susie was nowhere to be seen. That is weird, he thought. Susie usually never gets up this early. He looked over at her nightstand and saw a note. Hey man, I took the car. I've been thinking stuff over and decided I'll go take some time for myself. I don't know when I'll be back. Don't call me. Birdley didn't know what to think, but he knew this was a bad sign. The awful grammar aside, Susie's message was clear. Beautiful. He took the phone and gave Susie a call in a rush. Nothing. She says don't call, immediately calls. Oh, look in chat, $2 from Irving IV. Nice. Hedonism win. Thanks, Chris, for prioritizing happiness. Thank you, Irving IV, for prioritizing giving me money. Very cool. Thank you. Nothing. He called again. Nothing. He called a few more times, but no luck. Then he decided to send a voice message.
Susie, please, listen to me.
Susie was driving. She had been driving for a while now. She didn't have a destination in mind, she just knew she needed to get away. Susie feared that she made a mistake by getting together with Birdley. Is he that emotionally closed off? Susie still had the burning memory of him leaving her when she found out she couldn't have a baby. Was this his true character? Her phone started ringing again. Birdley kept calling her a few hours ago, but it seems like he went back to it. But when she checked her phone, she didn't see Birdley's number. It was Noelle. Oh. Hello, Susie. Oh my god, I have so much to tell you and so much to explain, Noelle uttered nervously.
Hey, Noelle, it's kind of weird time right now for that,
she said, somewhat confused. Said the somewhat confused Susie. Please, it would mean the world to me if you'd come. I want to talk in person.
if you insist.
The two of them decided on a time and place, and Susie hung up. She was wondering why Noelle would be in such a rush to see her, especially after yesterday. As Susie was driving back to town to meet with Noelle, Birdley was still in bed. He was feeling sick. Every worst-case scenario was running through his mind. He simply wanted to stop his thoughts. He needed a cig to calm himself down. He eventually got up. He pecked out a whole pack of Dunhills. Love it. Where is it? So close to a bingo, not quite there yet. Susie couldn't leave his mind. He had no will to eat or do anything. Right after, he went to check his phone. Susie still couldn't see his message. He elected to go back to sleep, despite not having eaten, and so he fell asleep. Mel says it'll lose fidelity points if it doesn't end up being heterosexual. No, I'm only gonna make that a hard and fast rule if you don't diegetically resolve the weird kind of sexism and pronoun weirdness in the original one. If you diegetically resolve it, then I'm not going to deduct fidelity points. Susie came to the destination. It was a nice little cafe. Noelle was sitting there, waiting for her with a desirous stare. Lustful. Hey, Susie, Noelle yelled, with her voice cracking between her words.
Hey, Noelle.
Listen, I have a lot to say. First off, me and Chris are getting a divorce.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Susie was somewhat surprised. They were together yesterday, after all. She's realizing that they literally, with one dinner party, caused them to divorce. Like they were the guy in Facade or whatever. Or the... I guess the protagonist of Facade doesn't have a defined gender. Yeah, well, don't worry, we ended it well. It was the best decision for us and for the family. Truth is, I wasn't happy in my marriage. I never loved Chris. It will be hard, but we both agreed it's better to move on, Noelle explained in a weirdly excited tone.
Okay, but why did you bring me here to say that? Couldn't you have told me over the phone?
It's unclear in Umriss canon whether Noelle or Susie even have a relationship at all, outside of growing up in the same town. So this might be like the second time they've ever met in like 10 years. That's not what I wanted to tell you, Susie. I need to finally tell you something. Something I should have told you a long time ago. Susie, She stopped for a second, but then her expression turned confident. I love you. She started blushing. She should have invited her to the Ferris wheel. That's how you do this, Noelle. That's the play. But this is pre-chapter 2, of course. Well, the original fic was pre-chapter 2, so the author didn't know about the Ferris wheel scene, of course. Suzelle time, yeah! Revenge of the Suzelle stands. Susie gasped. Did Noelle just confess to her? Where did this come from?
Damn, I had no idea.
Oh, the quotation mark is a lie.
But Noelle, you know that can't work out. You may have divorced, but I'm still married. I cannot leave Birdley,
Susie replied. Are you really happy with your current life? With a person like Birdley? Please, Susie, think about it. Susie's stomach turned. She felt conflicted. Was this maybe what she needed? You can help me raise Clara. You can have a family, even if it isn't what you imagined. Susie got up from her seat.
I need to go to the bathroom.
She hurried along, but didn't actually have to go. She just needed some time to think about this alone. She looked at her phone and opened Birdley's DMs. She saw that he sent a voice message in the morning.
Susie, please listen to me. I know I've been really insensitive at times, and maybe I don't always take you into consideration as much as I should, but I want to have a family with you. I really do, more than anything in life. Please do not leave me. What is the point of life if I cannot share it with someone special like you? We can adopt. We can go to the orphanage today. I'm so sorry for dismissing you yesterday, and I'm especially sorry for what I did in the hospital. I will try to be better.
Before she knew it, tears started trailing down Susie's face. She knew what she needed to do now. "Oh, you're back," said Noelle, upon seeing the very emotional Susie come toward the table.
Yeah, Noelle, I appreciate you telling me this, and I wish the best for you, but my heart is with Birdley. He's the one for me. I hope you can find someone for you, but I can't be that someone.
R.I.P. Suzelle, R.I.P. After hearing Susie's rejection, Noelle surprisingly put on a smile. "I honestly expected you to say that, but I don't regret anything. I needed to tell you how I felt. Otherwise, I could never have moved on," she said with a bit of melancholy expression.
You know how they say there's plenty of purple lizards in the sea?
Susie added.
I hope we can keep in contact, though. I missed your presence in my life.
Oh, that was Noelle's line. Sorry.
Well, sure, Noelle, I guess.
Birdley was in a weird place. It looked like a hospital, but was primarily blue. The walls had a comically sized number written on them. It was the exact money he was about to get from his big deal. He saw a big door ahead. He started walking toward it with each step. Where is it? Still no bingo. Unbelievable. He started walking toward it, and with each step, the colors of the room, he heard a strange, screeching voice. Was it angry? Was it crying? Was it laughing at him? The terrified bluebird didn't know. Upon finally reaching the door and opening it, everything disappeared. All he saw was a silhouette. It was that silhouette, the one he always stared at after waking up. It started to morph, and from it materialized a woman. It looked like a deity. Could this be Aphrodite? She got close to Birdley, and her head suddenly came off. Birdley picked up the head and it turned into a baby. This is like directed by Hideo Kojima. This is nuts. He felt proud. The baby started screeching. It was a horrible noise, but Birdley gave it a full embrace. The invisible door he was standing on disappeared, or floor he was standing on, and he started flying. He and the baby were soaring through the sky. They were free. The baby stopped soaring with him and started speaking.
Birdley! Birdley!
He recognized that raspy voice. It was Susie! Birdley woke from his intense dream and yelled out.
Birdley!
Susie was standing next to him, teary-eyed. "Oh, you came back."
"Of course I did, you freak,"
she said in her voice full of simultaneous joy and sadness.
"Do we go today to the orphanage?" Birdley asked somewhat excitedly.
"Don't worry, we can try to relax for the rest of the day, and go tomorrow. Besides, you still have to finish reading me that story, dumbass."
She smirked.
"All right, my little lassie," Birdley smirked back.
They looked at each other, finally feeling that old spark, and shared a passionate kiss. Hell yeah. I don't know what that is down there. I'm not sure I want to read that. Oh, wow. That was quite a finale. The Sussly won in the end. He called her Lassie. Go down? Oh, I should read that? What is this? An email exchange? Is this like a diegetic? This is like an in-universe, like, addendum here? Read it, okay. Oh wait, that's from my fucking Elden Ring thumbnail.
"Here it is, Myth Alfies. My masterpiece is complete. I know you said the essay should be 2,000 words, but at most, but I just couldn't contain my genius to such a measly length. I am sure you won't truly mind, as it's truly a work of art. This might be my best work yet. There is a lot of hidden meaning and deep philosophical ideas brought up, which I am certain you will appreciate, Birdly. Have I ever voiced Alfie's? I don't think so.
Hello, Birdly. I have some thoughts on your essay. First off, some scenes in it are way too graphic. You can't write this type of stuff, especially not when it's involving your classmates. Do they know about this? What did Susie say? Also, why did you use he, him pronouns for Chris? You know they're non-binary, right?
I understand. Okay, this is brilliant.
There's also just way too much text. You wrote 12,000 words. That passes the word limit 6 times. I can respect your efforts, but I can't grade this. I'm afraid there's just too much. Just too much.
This is great.
Excuse me, Professor, I might disagree with your notion. All of it serves a narrative purpose. It's not my fault that real art requires a bit more than what is expected of us in high school. How do you not see the deeper message? The silhouettes, the commentary, the very nature of humanity, etc. Maybe you simply didn't understand it well. I used he, him for Chris because it meant to signify how Chris hadn't found himself in this reality. They're merely a shell of themselves. Only after leaving Noel shall they find peace in their life. And yet some scenes are quite explicit. It's all for the sake of artistic vision. I can't explain to you some of the deeper philosophical undertones if you so please, or I can explain, but either ways, please reconsider.
Whoa. That's pretty incredible. So this was all a framing device for the double Mobius reach around. Surely this is something on here. Actually, it isn't. We somehow avoided a bingo, despite filling in so many squares. That's a brilliant conclusion, though. This is my headcanon that Umriss is diegetically written by Birdly, so... Oh, pronoun jank is diegetic, you're right. Still no bingo. But yeah, holy shit. That was pretty amazing. Oh, JD got bingo. What do you win? Nothing. You win nothing, but good job. You got a bingo. Let's get to the grading. So, once again, that was Obris by Irina. I'm still zoomed in really far here. I'll open up the grading form. Okay, grading form is open. Please submit your ratings for this fic. I'll link to the form. It's in the description now, but I'll post it in chat again. That's a good call. You should be able to just keep the form page open and then refresh it each time. I think that'll work. Alright, the votes are pouring in. I'll give my own assessment while that happens. Where's my spreadsheet gone? Alright, so for that one, it was clearly a poignancy-focused endeavor there. And I think that should get a perfect... That's kind of a high watermark in terms of poignancy. That really wrangled all the themes up, delivered a stellar conclusion. I'm a big fan. So I think that's about as good as we can expect in terms of poignancy here. Although, what if it's topped later on? I may have handicapped myself by giving that a 10, but oh well. I'm willing to go out on a limb there. It wasn't really trying for any comedy until the end. The ending was very funny. So I'm going to say the ending alone, despite the rest of the fic having no comedy at all, brings it up to a 4 for me. And then the Fidelity. I think it was pretty strong overall. The writing was inconsistently janky, which is much like the original fic. It kept the pronoun jank. The themes were iterated on, and it even stayed faithful to the original, the Sussly vision of the author, Birdly x Susie, which is not something I even anticipated. So, but it wasn't quite perfect. It wasn't the quality of it is what sort of knocks a few points off of the fidelity for me. It's too competent. It's not weird and horrible enough, but that's only, I'll give it an 8 still. I think it was very strong. Okay, I'm going to be cutting off the voting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, over. And I'll punch all those guys in. Four. 13, 11, 11. All right, votes have been counted, and I will delete the spreadsheet, or clear the responses. Okay, that was a long one, and we're not going to get through all these on the first stream, by the way, because my voice only lasts for so long, and there's like a lot of words in total here, probably like 30,000 words of Umriss fic. Yeah, reset the bingo cards too. That's a good idea. There we are. So what have we got next on the list? We're up to Oris, not to be confused with Obris, Oris. So Oris, where is it? First on the list. The author is V.T. Holmes. A middling 1800 word count. And let me dig this guy up. Okay, we've got a big old PDF here. V.T. Holmes is the other Balkan fellow. Oh yeah, what language is this now? Is this the Czech? Chat says it's gonna be a long heterosexual night. It sure is. I have a feeling a lot of these are gonna get super gay, like, I'm pretty sure that's inevitable. Slovenian. Ah, nice. How gay we talking? I don't know, like pretty gay. Like homosexual gay, like that gay. Alright. I'm gonna pour some more tea and get started here. Lots of cool Euro folks here, says Remnant. Yes. Strong international community on the old Andrew Cunningham Discord server. Gay, homosexual, gay, says Outson. Yeah. Rosa Raid is here despite it being midnight. Yeah. I mean, I can't really speed up, but I feel for your efforts here.
Like gay?
Yeah, that gay. I hope the one-shot music is fitting, by the way. This fic, this will be fun. Yeah, a lot of people in chat have read these fics already. I've refrained from reading any of them. I was fortunately able to have the entrants like vet each other's fics voluntarily, so I'm blind to what all these are like. So I'm very grateful for that. Otherwise, I would have had to skim them myself and make sure that there was no like Nazi rhetoric pasted into the end or something. You know, it's like you never know what could happen. Irina surpasses the 3K word count, including the emails. She should be disqualified. Yeah, but you see, JD, the words that went over the 3,000 words counts were metatextually about exceeding the word count and still begging to be accepted, so that's clever enough that I'm just going to ignore that. How many were rejected? None. Every one was accepted. Actually, no, there was one that was... There was a shit post from Roy that I think I disqualified because it was like 100 words long. I said a minimum of 500, which I almost didn't need to specify. Everyone was hitting the word cap and having to reduce it, so... But... Oh, that wasn't Roy? It was the 1985 bot, which I assumed was Roy. Anyway, I'm gonna launch into this. My tea's not quite cool yet, but it'll be fine. As Birdly leaned over the human, his sickening smirk morphed into a snake's mouth. His face extended into a snake's snout, his pupils becoming black slits in the middle of his red eyes. He could hear a high-pitched static as the environment reshaped itself, becoming the white of his nightmares. It was cold. So cold. Is that a reference to something? I feel like that's a reference to something in... Oh, I'm thinking of a different fan fiction. Never mind. Brain rot. Birdly shook himself awake, breathing rapidly. Oh. I think the dinner scene has immediately just been circumvented here. That's what I'm looking for. Also the dream sequence already. Strong start for the bingo. Just put that over there. Oh, wait, there's more space on this side. There we go. The silhouette of the hotel room felt strangely lonely without the loud snoring of Susie right behind him. She must have been at home, doing just fine. Oh, she must have been at home, doing just so and there. Just as lonely silhouette of home. It's a good jank. The heavy duvet last night wrapped in snow-white sheets and tucked with care under the mattress to the degree that was incredibly hard just crawling into bed, was kicked into an illusion of mangled mess of fabric only barely covering his feet. That's like the most intense sentence I've ever seen describing the state of a bed. That's really intense. Whoa. And he couldn't help feel like something was watching him. The digital clock, the only source of light in a room with windows covered by heavy curtains, was blinking the current time at him. 6 o'clock. His flight back home from New York was at 10. He groaned, realizing that he should be getting ready to go to the airport before the traffic gets too bad. So he's in Burlington now? That was the lore. He had to fly from to Burlington and then to New York for a meeting, because he's an architect. Oh no, he's in New York. He's going back home. I see. Okay. There's no Burlington. He got up and walked toward the bathroom. So was the whole dinner scene actually just a dream, or is this like a flash forward and he was just having a nightmare about the dinner scene, which was still unconcluded? I'm not sure yet. He walked toward the bathroom. The top of his pajamas felt incredibly gross, all covered in sweat and still wet, and he peeled it off his body on the way. He felt instant relief. Ugh. So Umrissy. Ugh. He left it laying on the ground halfway. Does that count as monster biology? I have no idea if birds sweat, but, like, we know now. Maybe that shouldn't count, but I think it counts. He left it laying on the ground halfway toward the smaller attached room. As he turned on the lights, which morphed into the illusory objects into reality, he squinted at how bright it suddenly was. Reality was often painful like that. It stung his eyes the same way as feelings did the previous night, and for a moment he stood there, his fists clenched, and he leaned over the clinically clean white sink. He pushed himself away, turning his back on his reflection that looked broken and haunted. And nothing like his perfectly groomed bright blue feathers were supposed to look like. Well groomed. You heard it here first. After he took a shower and washed away his nightmare, he went to pack up all his belongings into his suitcase and then headed to the hotel's restaurant. If he was being entirely honest with himself, after his cannibalistic dream, he did not feel hungry at all. Oh, so that was a dream. Eating the turkey was part of his nightmare. That's pretty funny, actually. However, the thought of Susie being angry at him about that got his appetite going again. Angry with him about that. I'm not sure what that refers to. Still, he stirred away from the table that carried the meat and animal products. Does Susie, like, harass Birdley for being a closet vegan or something? I'm not clear. He was quite glad he woke up early enough to have time and relieve the thought of his wife's angry gaze before he headed to the airport. He wanted to call Susie to help him with that. However, he realized she must have still been sleeping, and had to satisfy himself with the thought of her instead. When he was safely on the plane, he leaned back in his seat. The giant silver bird took off, and he glanced at the skyline of New York. As it was, for a long time, it was missing the very distinct silhouette of the Twin Towers. Perfect execution. I love it. Silhouette again. Oh, the skyline is a silhouette. Nice. He was thinking of the illusory objects a lot lately. He supposed it had something to do with how his world did not feel real at all. The image of smoke and fire and flames filled his mind as he looked at New York from above. Yes, he thought to himself, that too was temporary. Just like shadows, silhouettes, reflections, all those imitations of real life that he thought had been haunting him for the past couple weeks. Or that had been haunting him. Life must have been this way too. An imitation of the perfect form as it existed in Plato's world of ideas. And before you knew it, you could be falling down and turning to dust. Just like when the towers fell and changed the skyline of the city below him forever. These thoughts only faded when the Statue of Liberty was out of his sights. Beautiful Umrissian prose. Integrating philosophy with 9/11, that's like perfect. Driving home from the airport, Birdley started to get anxious. The meeting last night went great, obviously. However, the money he was getting for the designs was less than he was hoping for. Too little for the treatment that Susie would have needed. And for once, the slightest seed of doubt in himself sprouted in his chest. A child of their own was impossible, he started to realize. And if he was being honest with himself, adoption scared the hell out of him. Most children in adoption programs were human, for whatever reason. That's pretty funny. It's statistically true, but for whatever reason, who knows? How expensive is this treatment? $4 million, I guess. $1 billion. They have to get like a uterus from the black market. It's a whole deal. It wasn't that he didn't like humans, obviously. His former childhood friend was a human, after all. But something about their blood-red eyes, or maybe that they ate birds, it scared him. Pushing away the thought that came with the image of the snake from his nightmares, he realized that he reached their home. Susie was sitting on the stairs leading up to the porch, having a smoke. And he opened the door. She glanced up at him. She looked so fragile there, like a lonely abandoned soul about to shatter with its body. That's a perfect Umriss prose right there, but also that sweet, sweet Susie infantilization. How will he ever break the news to her? Yeah, Birdly has human friends, trademark. Chat says, this server where talent meets absolute insanity of the mind. Hell yeah. He, him, Chris pronouns were part of the nightmare. It hasn't been addressed yet, so I'm not counting it yet. The silhouette of a perfect future was slipping away from his vision, like sand in an hourglass. She jumped to her feet and bridged the distance between them, shaking him back to reality.
How was the flight?
She asked in her gruff voice as he stepped on his toe tips to leave a kiss on her. No, he went on tiptoes. That's what it means. I was picturing Susie standing on Birdly's feet to kiss his face. Something really weird like that. To leave a kiss on her warm, scaly cheek. Fine, some turbulence, but nothing special. He flew in business class, of course, so he did not have to worry about the lesser passengers of the plane. Oh, I love it.
Hungry? I ordered takeout yesterday. There's leftovers in the fridge.
No, not really.
Come inside, I'll carry your bags.
She said, already doing so. Her muscles tensed under her skin, and he couldn't help but admire her raw, savage strength. He trailed after her, feeling strangely meek. No, he did not have to break the news to her just yet. He just wanted to have a relaxing rest of the day with her before any of that happened. That's right, a relaxing rest of the day with his wife.
Hey, you want to do something today?
Susie's question snapped him out of his thoughts. Her hair was loose and flowing down her back and over her shoulders in gorgeous waves, reminding him of the sea. This is what we were missing in the earlier ones. It's just like constant, like kind of, not sexualization, but just constant descriptions of like how good Susie looks, Susie's muscles, Birdly constantly just like talking about how good his wife looks. That is like core Umriss to me. Objectification, just the physical descriptions, that's all I mean. He pretended to think, though his mind was already set on what he wanted to do. Well, if I have a choice, he trailed off and glanced at her.
You horny fucker.
She growled at him. Her bright yellow eyes seemed to glow, and he couldn't feel the presence of anger in her voice. And he could feel the pretense of anger in her voice and smirked. Nice, we got the implied sex scene out of the way. The skeeviness. I was missing the skeeviness. The snake had a companion that night. The bright grass became white with snow as it approached. Shadow of a gracious stag with giant twisted antlers following it, almost as if the snake was pulling the other animal forward. The air was cold, the trees were standing thicker together, and the wind they were moving with was more furious. The air was still as before, but so cold, and the snowflakes started falling on him. He could tell his fingers froze, turning a sickly shade of bluish purple. There we go. Although he was awake now, he could still feel the snow bite on the fingers he was holding his cig between. No one wants to use the word cigarette. Was that like a... I didn't even notice that. Is that like an Umriss trope, is just calling them cigs? The day was quite beautiful, with the birds chirping outside and the flowers on their borscht in full bloom. They don't have a porch, they have a borscht. Although the weather report he was listening to on the radio as he prepared for breakfast, for the two of them, said it was going to rain earlier. He already ate his pancakes. Hey, one-shot reference. Nice. And he was washing them down with a classy glass of whiskey and a cigarette. Beautiful. I think whiskey with breakfast counts as alcoholism. I think you're lying to yourself otherwise. As he watched Susie scarf down her own giant portion. It was not his first glass or bottle of whiskey that day, and neither was the first cigarette. Okay, alcoholism confirmed then. He took some pills he was hoping would help him get through the day. Maybe he should have gotten stronger drugs on his trip to New York. However, what he had would have to do. Is he taking amphetamines? Like what? It's unclear. Are those like... He could be taking Claritins for his allergies or some Adderall. Either way, I'm going to count that. The implication is too menacing. He's taking his estrogen, says chat. Yeah. Okay. Whiskey with breakfast counts as alcoholism? You have to count me out like that? Well, I'm sorry. Maybe in your culture, your paradigms, drinking whiskey with breakfast is normal. In my experience, it's not, though.
We should go to the library today,
she suggested as she licked the last of the maple syrup off her plate, revealing her sharp, white teeth for a brisk moment.
We ran out of books to read.
You're going to make me read them all to you again, aren't you? He asked, slightly annoyed. He could not bear the thought of her reverting back to her broken, ignorant self that she was before they met. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I need some more of that.
Yeah, I like listening to you.
She smiled at him, almost girlishly. After a moment of thought, he responded, Only if you pick up a book and you'll read yourself too.
Sure, whatever, she shrugged. Get dressed, nerd.
That's a pretty interesting relationship dynamic. Is you've been married for probably at least 10 years, and your wife still calls you nerd as like an endearing epithet. That's very much just like transpose the high school romance. Oh, we lost the music. We're on to Undertale Lo-Fi to make this more uncanny. Susie's teeth getting whitened as character growth? No. Is this going to be like an Umriss Stories reference, maybe? Who knows? The library felt a lot smaller than it was when he worked there as a young, unexperienced teenager, but still, it felt welcoming. Almost more than the grocery store turned bar that was a street north of here. Oh, so in this canon, Sans' grocery store was reacquired by Grillby's and turned into a bar or something, I guess? He was intimately familiar with every glass in that establishment. And if that lowlife skeleton was not in charge of that place, at least Birdley was mostly sure the skeleton was in charge. He's always been there, even when there was no way it was physically possible for him to be there. He would have been a more regular patron. So Birdley hates Sans and boycotts the only bar in town because Sans runs it. Based. He read too much Underfell or something. He was... I don't even know. He simply could not stand the terrible jokes he would hear in that place, and the ketchup. Oh, how he loathed the ketchup. How he loathed ketchup because of that place. What's the implication? Does Sans just like put ketchup? Like, he hands you the receipt, and every time, somehow it's smeared with ketchup. There's no ketchup anywhere in the store, but no matter what, your receipt gets smeared with ketchup, and you have to take it. Even if you don't want it, you have to take it and hold it in your hand. The adult books were usually kept upstairs. Oh, hell yeah. So that's where they were heading before something strange in the corner of his eye caught his attention. He turned toward the computer room, an archaic artifact of an ancient era before personal computers became affordable. Why was the light off and the door still open? Oh? Are we getting chapter 2, like 20 years later? Susie, with one leg already on the stairs, stopped as she noticed Birdley's hesitation. Wait, I just realized, is the implication that the Gaster follower-looking guy in the library in Deltarune is just guarding all, like, the, like, American Psycho and the weird smut from Umriss stories? That's what's on the last shelf? Is Chris gets to read American Psycho and Lolita? That would be hype. Where was I? Susie stopped as she noticed Birdley's hesitation. "What's up?" she asked, walking back up to him. "Nothing," he lied. "Go ahead, I'll be right there." "Sure," she growled before disappearing upstairs, and Birdley walked toward the door. ... Meaningful ... As he stopped falling through the darkness and landed in a green field, he remembered the school's supply closet. Susie insisted that there was another world inside, but he did not believe her then. Maybe she was right all along. Hell yeah. We're here. This is a direction I thought that some of them would take. I pictured it being like... I guess I couldn't have anticipated this. The bingo board's feeling like a checklist now. What else is it supposed to be? I don't know. These are common tropes. Still no bingo though, incredibly. He trailed down strangely abandoned streets of the strange world. If he's in a green field, does that mean the cyber field? I guess so. Was it all real? Or was it like the silhouettes he was seeing everywhere lately? Was this world real at all, or was he dreaming again? Maybe having a smoke would clear his mind, he thought, and then realized he had no pockets. In fact, he was wearing something completely different than his tweed trousers and a button-up shirt that he wore to the library. Instead, he was wearing... what he was wearing was strangely futuristic armor. As he made his way deeper into the world, the strange emptiness of it all started to creep him out. It was cold, and there was ice all over the place. The desolate city was nothing like any place he had been to before, and the flickering neon signs felt threatening. Just like when he woke up from his dreams, he felt as something was observing him from the shadows. Oh. He steered away from the trash container that had had something scuttering inside of it. Spamton cameo, hell yeah. And then finally he noticed the silhouettes that were moving just a short distance away. How fucked up is Spamton by, like... When is this set? Like 2030? 2040? Spamton's been in that dumpster for a long fucking time. He's like a Dark Souls character at this point. Finally, he noticed the silhouettes that were always moving just a short distance away. Almost too happy to finally see someone he could talk to, he ran over, only to stop in his tracks as he noticed that he could recognize the silhouettes. Chris, Noelle, and unnatural cold, just like in his nightmares. "Chris, is that another enemy?" Noelle's voice trailed from what felt like a great distance, although they were only a couple steps away. Chris nodded.
Proceed.
His expression, as always, conveyed no emotion at all, and in this strange world he seemed even more like a statue. Birdley finally realized he could actually control his voice. "Noelle, what's going on?" "This is Birdley's dying thoughts," says chat. I don't know. Oh, that could be a crazy twist. I feel like he pops whiskey and pills and they... Somehow the alcohol and the drugs, like, give him a heart attack or whatever happens. He overdoses on Adderall. I don't know. Noelle was all in white, just like if she was the embodiment of his nightmares. She reminded him of the statues from the church. Beautiful yet distant, cold and unresponsive. Noelle equals angel believer in chat. She stepped forward.
You think you deserve her more? Birdley snorted. Any of you, my absolute goddess of hyperdeath? Absolute goddess of hyperdeath. What a weird thing to say, Birdley. What an unremittently weird thing to say. It was a sunny day after class, only a couple weeks away from the time they were going to graduate this wretched place called high school. Oh wait, this is a flashback within the Dark World. This is a high school flashback now. I missed that. So, the goddess of hyperdeath is someone else now? Who is that? Is that Noelle for some reason? Or are we gonna get, like, transgender Asriel? I don't know. I'm excited. A sunny day after class, only a couple of weeks away from the time they were going to graduate this wretched place called high school. We're not saying that, Birdley, Noelle stuttered, timidly standing behind Chris and holding his hand. It's just that, Chris, as always, did not say anything and quietly stared at Birdley. God, he hated that face. He could never tell what they were thinking. Chris is they now. Interesting. As if he would ever let Susie hang out with these two idiots alone. Chris, who always slept in class, or Noelle, who was too cowardly to ever even compliment him on his superior intellect. Fat chance. That's... Umriss Birdley in high school interacting with Chris and Noelle here that's everything I could have hoped for. So for some reason, Noelle was the goddess of hyperdeath in high school. That's just a bit of lore that we have to accept. I thought for a second that we were gonna get like she, her, Kara appearing like a jump scare, but I guess not. So that's good to know that Birdley was trying to control who Susie could make friends with in high school. That's great. The flashback abruptly ended as he returned back to the present. Snapped back to reality. Noelle took another step forward, her eyes pure white snow. Pure snow white, her pupils and corneas gone. She lifted her hands above her head, wind started blowing furiously against him, then snowflakes came, sticking themselves to his body, and then he was so cold. Moments later he could not move at all anymore, and after that came incredible heat that made him feel like he was burning up. As he faded into the darkness, and the nothingness devoured him, becoming a silhouette of himself, his final thought was how glad he was he will never have to break the news about her infertility treatment to Susie. Oh, there's no treatment for Susie. Rip. So I guess Chris and Noelle just went to do the Snowgrave run 20 years later for no reason, and Susie wasn't even there. That's like a weird AU.
Birdley truly becomes the Umriss.
It was almost half an hour since Birdley said he will be right behind her, and Susie was starting to worry. She returned downstairs to check where he'd been and noticed the doors to the computer room were open. As she walked toward it, she noticed a flash of blue feathers leaning on the table inside.
Birdley, what the fuck are you doing there?
She asked as she entered the room and walked toward him. Reaching toward him to shake him awake, she realized he was unnaturally cold.
Birdley, the fuck did he...
As she pulled her hand away... So Susie's entered the room and there's no dark fountain, so Birdley maybe just fucking died of Adderall or something. As she pulled her hand away, his figure turned to a gray silhouette, then puffed into a cloud of dust that settled on the surfaces he was previously touching. Monster's dust? Okay, confirmed. Shocked, she pulled her hand away and glanced around. He did. Fuck, did he? He did. Did he what? Did he die? Help, she cried, rushing out of the computer room. Birdley's dust was already mixing with the dust of the abandoned library desk. Holy shit, that's the conclusion. That was insane. Yeah, character death. That was nuts. So, like, did Birdley, like, kill himself? Or did he just die
accidentally from like a drug overdose. Still somehow no bingo, yeah, nuts. So yeah, Birdley, his dying thoughts were hallucinating the events of the Snowgrave run with Chris and Noelle, which ties into the dream. It's all very elaborate, actually. I like it. I'm going to open this for grading. This was a cool one. Okay, grading is now open. Where's my spreadsheet gone? All right, here we are with Oris. So, I think this was easily the strongest in Fidelity so far. I think this is sort of the definition of what a perfect 10 in Fidelity is. It carried over the themes. It carried over the weird intermittent, like, syntax jank. It carried over the sort of the habits of the author and like how Susie was described. And sort of the beats that it always hit, like Susie and Birdley are constantly oscillating between like hating each other and being weirdly flirtatious. The random sex scene, it was perfectly well done. So I say perfect 10 for Fidelity there. For comedy, there was one thing that made me laugh, I remember. It didn't seem to be a huge focus of the fic, but there was a few things in there I recall. Where is it again? Yeah, Sans and his ketchup. You horny fucker, the cannibalistic dream. There is a bit of comedy, not a ton. I'll give it a 3. And for Poignancy, I think that was pretty strong, but not as strong as the last one. It was a pretty satisfying conclusion to the story. It was missing the character growth. It was sort of, it took the character's fates as inevitable. The dream presaged Birdley's demise, and more of it was in line with bringing in the actual Deltarune Chapter 2 lore, I guess, and meshing it with Umriss. So I think that gets a 7 for Poignancy. Strong 7. Maybe an 8, but I'll stick with the 7. I feel like a 7's a bit on the low side, but I'll go with that. My vote only counts for 1 out of all the chats, right? So it doesn't really matter. Alright, now I will tally the votes. I'll give 5 seconds to finish putting in your responses here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and voting has been closed. Slightly fewer responses this time. Okay, 0. Alright, Fidelity, and now Poignancy. Alright, submissions have been gathered. And we can go to the next one. The number of votes doesn't matter, by the way, for the score. I'm going to be averaging them. Okay. That was a good one. I enjoyed that one. OVT Holmes in chat here. Irina's is hard to beat. I wanted to include Gaster too, but I didn't know how to do that, so Spamton cameo instead. The Gaster would have been funny, but The bingo's just for fun. So that, unbelievably, was supposed to be a short one. At 1,800 words. So now we're on to Outsyns. Oh yeah, fellow Deltarune content creator Outsyn. Let's see what he cooked up. Where was it? Oris. Oris. Full 3K words, and it's a PDF. Okay. Okay, let me reinitialize the grading form. And here we are. We got a full title page. Let's reset the bingo too. Still no bingos on my card, even though like half the card is filled up with no bingos both times. Like, I've been really cheated. Yeah, Outris is a combination of outline and Umriss, and also it's Outsyn's name. And also in Outsinistan, which is where Outsyn lives, it means Umriss in whatever language they speak. Alright, let's see what we got.
Part 1, Aftermath.
In a little winding weaving road deep in a grove, deep in a wealthy suburb of Burlington, Vermont, a set of headlights stare directly ahead, the only light source under a black and moonless sky. The yellowish beam shines over the asphalt and in between the trunks of the New England pines which surround the narrow path, casting long, fleeting shadows that mix and disappear in the depths of that dark forest. Nice prose. Poor fidelity, but nice prose. Each patch of forest was just about gets to enjoy a sliver of color and light for a second before the car, a blue Cadillac CT5. Love it. Mark it off. Drives off and leaves this piece of roadside nature to be reclaimed by the dark, capitalized dark. Inside the car, two monsters sit in silence. After a quiet eternity, a short drive, the passenger says,
unfucking believable, you know?
So Birdley is not too drunk to drive this time. Or maybe he just is driving regardless. Immediate dinner scene ending. Take that one off. She waits for a response. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, until the water has boiled. She turns to glance at Birdley. He too is staring straight ahead, paying attention to the road, trying not to look too angry or too sad. Trying not to look at her at all.
Are you not gonna say anything?
Birdley had fucked up. Not 30 minutes ago, him and Chris were shouting insults at each other. Had it not been for a sobbing Noelle, who took control of the situation by ruling in Chris and asking Birdley to leave. We'll be fine. You just have to go. Things might have turned violent. Thing might have turned violent. Verisimilitude point. It was uncharacteristic for the usually shy and meek Noelle to stand up for herself like that. A chilling moment. And apologize. An apologetic Susie was quick to comply, dragging Birdley herself to the front door while begging the dear for forgiveness. While Chris cared for Clara upstairs and Birdley waited in the car, Noelle and Susie said their goodbyes. They talked for a while, but after a few minutes they hugged it out and went their separate ways. This had been just a short drive ago. And even though he knew that he had fucked up, Birdley wasn't one to admit such things so easily. "What do you want me to say?" said Birdley.
Oh, fuck off, dude. Are you for real?
"Susie, it wasn't me who started it. Chris is the one who—"
I don't care, she screamed. I don't care who started it. I don't care what he said. All I asked of you was not to drink and to behave like a normal fucking monster being, didn't I?
Nice.
You couldn't even do that. You couldn't hold back your pride for a single night for me.
Birdley had thought carefully about what to say. He didn't want this crisis to get out of hand, so it was important to set the narrative right early on. Hell yeah.
This is not about pride, Susan. I was not about Chris. Oh, I was not about me. Chris. They crossed the line. He insulted our family. He went after you.
Birdley pauses for a second. Susie didn't say anything and was just waiting for him to continue. This was good, he thought.
He brought up a most sensitive issue and dared to say it was karma. Karma? And why? Because of some stupid grudge he still holds against you for something that happened 15 years ago? As if somehow this means we deserve this, or that it's somehow fair.
While waiting by himself in the car, Birdley had planned for this. Chris didn't much care for Susie, but they really hated Birdley, and Birdley knew that. Chris almost certainly was talking about him with that whole karma talk. One could, however, plausibly think that Chris had been actually referencing Susie, who had bullied Chris back in high school. Holy shit. Birdley's an actual psycho. That's great. And so Birdley decided the best way to de-escalate the whole thing was to try to convince Susie that Chris had actually been talking about her with the whole karma thing. Gaslight and gatekeep Birdley boss. And seeing as she was deeply ashamed about her past as a bully and had irrationally blamed herself for their infertility problems, she might even be open to believing in the nonsense herself, which would actually make convincing her a lot easier. Barring that, Birdley could at least make her think that's what he thought Chris meant. Whoa. Wait, was there a correct Chris pronoun? I missed it. Chris been talking about her. I don't see it. You get a pass for now, Outson. Chat says, I love that Umriss is if Patrick Bateman had an alcoholic wife. Yes! Either way, the rage comes out looking selfless. The whole episode gets written off as either justifiable or misunderstanding, and everyone else gets to go on about their business. Crisis averted. At least that's what Birdley hoped for.
Family is off limits, Susie. What Chris did was beyond the pale, and you can't just let someone get away with it. A man must stand up for his family and for the people he loves. Anything short of that would have been dishonorable.
The car went quiet, just the engine hum and muffled sounds of rubber over asphalt could be heard. Birdley anxiously awaited for a response. Susie was looking at her own reflection through the window. Birdley couldn't tell what she was thinking, which made him nervous. Then Susie whispered,
It's just, I miss them, Birdley.
Birdley was confused. The anger in her voice had been replaced by a quiet sadness. She continued,
Caddy, Jockington, Alfie's, Noel.
This is not something Birdley had expected.
Susie, what are you talking about? These people were never nice to you. They were never your friends. You were outcast and bullied you. You said yourself those were the worst.
I know, Birdley, I know. I'm probably just being sentimental or something. It's just that.
A short silence returned as she searched for the words. The intermittent signal dropout. I love it. Any actual typos will be counted as verisimilitude, by the way. There's no way to tell the difference.
Look, Birdley, I love you.
Those words sent a chill down his spine. He somehow knew something bad was coming up. She continued.
Back when you were the first person to ever really care about me, and now you've given me such a wonderful life. Without you, I'd probably be stuck with a shit job or in jail or dead or worse. You probably really did save my life.
She sighed.
It's just that it all feels so fucking pointless. Every day I'm just in that fucking house by myself for hours, just wasting time watching garbage TV, drinking, way too much drinking. Alcoholism. Ever since we moved in, I haven't really talked to anyone else. Just you and whoever you bring home from work.
Birdly had no idea where this was coming from. This wasn't something she ever complained about before, at least not in those words. It's as if she somehow had new insight into herself. Why here? Why now? Not here. I'm counting it.
Noelle wasn't like the other ones. She was always nice to me. All I wanted was to have a friend of my own, and you can't even let me have that.
At this point, Susie started tearing up.
Every time I try and do something on my own, you go ahead and embarrass me.
Noelle's marriage jumped to mind, and so did the college reunion and last year's hometown festival. All of them Susie proposed social events where Birdly ended up in an argument or a fight. Not out of planned malice, it wasn't sabotage. No, Birdly was just an asshole. Beautiful. A jealous, possessive, conflict-prone asshole.
Birdly, I want some distance.
Those words created with Birdly an immediate sense of doom. It was such an innocent-sounding phrase, wanting some distance, and yet it was a famously relationship-ending euphemism, one Birdly had always feared. Were things really that bad? Surely she was aware of the phrase's implied meaning, right? Even if she didn't mean it literally, she must have known it was a euphemism. Does she want him to think she's thinking of ending things as a form of threat or something? Susie wasn't one for plots, but one could never be sure how they... Could never be sure now. Could they now? Never be sure. Could they now? Could they now? Could they now? Could they? Oh my god, you're getting like poetic in here. It's like Solomon Rushdie or something. I don't know. I'm feeling that the divorce is hanging in the air. We haven't reached it yet. I love that this Birdly like psycho inner monologue here, where like his thoughts just assume everyone else is a Machiavellian like weirdo like he is. We didn't see too much of that in the original, but I like this direction. Like overanalyzing every social interaction. As these questions exploded within his mind, his thoughts were pulling him in all directions at once. He was stuck in place, lost at sea. Desperate for a clue, Birdly turns his head to face Susie. She was looking away, her gaze focused into the fast-moving trees beside them. Deliberately ignoring him, it seemed. Something was up. It was then Birdly realized something. He thought back to when he was waiting in the car. Susie and Noelle were talking by the doorway, a lot. He didn't think much of it then. But that must have been it, right? The reframing of the issues around loneliness, the implication that Birdly had been sabotaging her social life, the mere idea of distance, all this must have been Noelle's work. She seemed meek and innocent, but that was only an illusion. She was raised by the mayor turned US senator. Seems in character, honestly. That's weird IRL lore, but that seems pretty in character for the mayor. Growing up around politics, she saw firsthand high-level plots and schemes and manipulation. Noelle understood power. She read The Power Broker. I'm about to get political, says Carol Holiday. She beat Senator Armstrong for the seat. But why? Why would Noelle do any of this? Why would she go through all this trouble? His life flashed before his eyes. All at once it hit him. It was obvious. How could he have been so stupid? Flowey. Hi, Flowey. It had all been right in front of him this whole time. Noelle was a fucking lesbian? Ode to Joy plays. He finally figured it out. This is the fic ever, says chat. In a panic, Birdly backed toward the road. Then, clear as day... Oh, faced back toward the road. I was like, how does he do that in the car? Okay. Clear as day, an unbelievable sight stood in the way. A giant, glowing white deer standing in the middle of the road, chest held high, staring into Birdly's soul. Harry Potter was off-screen, casting his Patronus charm fervently.
The deer itself was as tall as a minivan, and the antlers seemed to be made of ice and fractaled infinitely into the night sky. That's a cool fucking image. This sounds like an Elden Ring boss. Around its neck, worn as a necklace, the creature from his nightmares. The green red-eyed snake. Now defeated, weak, dominated, and submissive. I'm gonna count that as a Snowgrave reference. Not a thought in his mind, Birdley slammed the brakes. The car spun out once, twice, thrice, before coming to a stop. They were somehow alive and unharmed, perpendicular to the road, blocking both lanes on a cold April night. Not a thought in their mind.
What the fuck?
Susie's voice was filled with animalistic rage that Birdley thought he had tamed out of Susie. Okay.
What the fuck did you do?
There was an animal, and Birdley turned to where the beast once stood, but there was nothing there. Had he gone insane?
Oh my god, how fucking drunk are you? I can't believe you got me to let you drive.
It's fine, I'm fine. We're almost there anyway. He grabbed the steering wheel and noticed his hands were shaking very, very badly.
Oh, no way. Get out of the car now. I'll drive.
As she was saying that, she unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the door. As she walked around the car toward the driver's seat, Birdley just stared at her, no idea what to do. He felt as if he'd lost control. Susie opened the door and stood there. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even look in her eye. Look her in the eye.
Get out. I'll drive.
No, Birdley had no plan. Even then, he couldn't force himself to back down. Even at his lowest point, he was insistent on never conceding, never showing weakness. Pathetic.
Get out of the car.
Susie forcefully grabbed Birdley's arm and started pulling him out. It hurt. He tried to resist, but it was no use, for he was weak and she was strong. Susie reached for the seatbelt button, pressed it, and gave Birdley one final pull. He flew out of his seat and was thrown into the road. He stumbled for a while, trying to keep his balance, until he eventually tripped and fell. Birdley got up and turned toward the car.
Get in,
said Susie, already on the driver's seat. Birdley didn't say anything. He made the march toward the passenger side door, got in, and stayed quiet for the rest of the drive. His brain fixated on those three little words. Want some distance. Looking for a way out.
It's no use!
Beautiful, says chat. Susie and Birdley made the rest of the way home without incident. Not a word exchanged between the two. As the car came to a stop, two questions remained, pulsating in his brain as if they could kill him. What did she really mean? Is that all over?
Wake up, we're here,
said Susie, not even looking toward him. She opens the car door and starts walking toward the garage entrance, seemingly paying no mind to him at all. As Birdley watches her leave, he felt his future become more uncertain, more opaque. A sense of doom got hold of him again. He must do something. Only one thing came to mind. It was crude, it was blunt, it might backfire, but it was something, meaning he must do it.
And because you can, you think you have to.
He was going to ask her. He left the car and stood straight. With his remaining willpower and dignity, he called to her. Susie. She turns around to face him. Their eyes suddenly meet. He wants to look away but hold the line. I'm sorry, Susie. ... I had no idea, Noelle. This dinner meant so much to you. I should have just let go, excused myself. Anything was better than what I did. I should have kept my promise and not drank. I have a drinking problem, he thought of saying. This would have been a mistake. He'd used this line before, and both times he'd failed to do anything about his drinking. Truthfully, he had never meant to stop, and today was no different. I'm willing to give you some space. At this point, Birdley paused to breathe in. I was too possessive of you, too controlling for too long. I did it out of love, but it might have been misguided. Now I'm willing to let you go for a bit, let you trace your own path, just... For the first time since the hospital, Birdley broke down in front of Susie. As he fell to his knees, and with his most pleading voice, he begged. Just please don't leave. I'm sure we can find a balance. I'm sure I can give you some space. Just please don't go away. It's just that I really don't like anyone else. I never did. I wouldn't know what to do without you. The sound of insects and nightly critters filled the garage. A cold breeze came in through the open door. Birdley laid at Susie's feet, anxious to learn his fate.
Wait, what? Birdley, where did you get that from?
All of a sudden, the silence became a bit awkward.
Is this just about the wanting some distance thing? Jesus, Birdley, you paranoid freak, I didn't mean it like that.
Birdley looked up to Susie relieved, but feeling extremely stupid. Not only had he panicked about something that turned out to be pretty much nothing, he was now on his knees, freely giving away concessions and admitting to mistakes. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. His only consolation was the idea that all of this had been Noel's scheme from the start. That he had actually secretly been a master manipulator this whole time. From this day forward, the roadside deer would replace the snake as the creature of his nightmares. Divorce baiting is a point reduction, says chat. How embarrassing. No divorce. At this moment, however, none of that mattered. Later, he would have time to review and regret his blunders. Right now, he was just ecstatic to have been wrong. She struggled slightly to stand up and said, he struggled. Of course, I'm sorry, I doubted you for a second. He heard that phrase, and his mind just went places. Oh, he's still speaking. I heard that phrase, and my mind just went places, you know? At this point, he'd started to weep a little bit.
Sometimes you're really stupid for a nerd,
she said in a joking tone, as she pulled him in for a hug.
I love you, man. You piss me off sometimes, but I'm not leaving.
Birdley stayed in silence, enjoying their embrace, feeling safe in her big, strong arms.
About this distance thing, though, I'm dead serious about it. I want some time alone. The hometown festival's coming up. You'll be on your business trip, so I was thinking of going myself.
Those words sent a chill down Birdley's spine. Of course, it seemed like an innocent enough request, and nothing would come of it. Probably. But the thought of a Hallmark class-end marriage scenario haunted him. Wait, Hallmark class end of marriage scenario haunted him. Is Outsin's writing is going over my head. Does he mean like getting a card in the mail that says we're divorced? Maybe. Especially now, knowing Noel was out there, he made a mental note to try and schedule the fertility treatment to be before the business trip. An SCP thing. Ah, of course. He really didn't want to say yes, but he also couldn't say no, not after begging on his knees less than a minute ago. He couldn't backtrack like that, not immediately at least. Fortunately for Birdley, he knew how to best stall Susie in situations like this. Birdley slowly lowered his embrace, directing his hands down her back toward her.
Birdley?
Susie, I don't want to talk about distance now. Birdley stared into Susie's eyes. I want to be together. Their eyes locked with one another. Neither of them could look away. Their gazes were locked in an old dance, one with a familiar ending. Many words had been exchanged today, but words were imperfect, prone to misunderstandings and deceptions. It was this battle of gazes that would be the most sincere, the most meaningful exchange of the whole night. As they enjoyed each other's presence, Birdley felt the time was right. In a daring move, he all of a sudden became patting and massaging her most sensitive spot, her tail. Whew! Near miss. Her actual tail.
Birdley, I know what trying to do. This is serious.
After all I've done today, making it up to you, that's what I'm doing. For a moment, Susie's eyes became furious. This didn't scare Birdley, who was kind of into it. The anger then soon subsided, replaced by another emotion.
Oh, what the hell?
Susie said, taking the bird's beak for herself in a big, wet, long kiss. Weird kiss, weird kiss. Then absolutely nothing proceeded to happen for several pages. Whoa. And no one learned anything. I'm revoking the character growth. No one learned anything, actually. But wow, that was really something. Meanwhile, in the holiday household, Chris had been made to sleep by themselves on the living room couch. What a fucking loser, dude. There's a bit more, yeah. That was a roller coaster of a fic. That was weird as fuck. Very intense, and I liked it a lot.
A great description of an awful kid. They, them, though. Yep. You will lose point. You will lose subscriber. For, extra diegetic pronoun changes. That was really something. Chat says out of... Okay, I'll open up the voting first of all. Voting is open. Out of the two Noelle causing a divorce stories, this one has the better Birdly characterization. Both were good. Says someone who's read all the stories, I guess. Wow. Okay, that was pretty remarkable. Oh, I shouldn't show that. That's spoiling the results. I'm gonna put up the Gaster screen so I can proceed in peace here. Alright. So what do I give that? The humor. I think there was humor. I can't... It's a bit hard to remember it when they're fairly long like that. I remember laughing at parts. But I don't remember exactly when. It was very serious, like, overall. You know, the car crash, the space. Yeah, not much in the way of humor, ultimately. But that's okay. I'm gonna give that a 2 in humor, because the post-credit scene was a bit funny. Fidelity is a bit of a mixed bag. I think thematically it kept the Sussley ship at the end. They couldn't be divorced by Noelle's meddling. I loved the extension of Birdley's character into an even more horrifying version of himself from the original fic. The writing was just overall too good, though. There was a few weird bits of jank that might have been typos, but it was like very well written, which it actually loses points. But it was fairly good overall. I'm gonna slap it with a 7 in Fidelity. Taking into account, or with the different pronoun too, I said you would lose a point. I guess it has to be 6. I'm sorry, Yotsun. It's gonna have to be a 6, because I said so. Poignancy, though. That's a perfect 10. That was an amazing direction to take the fic. Like, actually interesting to read. You actually took the story and made it like... It was unironically gripping what was going to happen there. Stellar imagery of the white stag, too. That was really cool. So the only flaw in that fic was that it was too good, basically. That's what my judgment amounts to. As just a standalone piece of fiction, it was excellent. Fine. How many more? There's 15 in total, and this was number, what, 4? Yes. So there's still 11 more to go. I'm hopefully going to be able to make it through half of them today. That's sort of my goal. How many more to stream? Yeah, maybe like 3 or 4. It's going to take multiple streams, yeah. Alright, I guess I'll close voting. You got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Submissions are closed. And I'll tally them up. Oh, seems like the audience comedy score was a lot higher. See, maybe it'll average out in the end. So if I'm wrong about certain things, if I forgot the funny moment, then it's okay. The whole chat will cover for me here. Because my vote only counts for 1 vote. Interesting. There's a greater spread than I've seen for most of the fics so far. A lot of disagreement about what the correct ratings are. I'll release the ratings afterward, by the way, if people want to see them. But for now, I'm keeping it secret. All right, ratings have been tallied. Delete responses. Okay. I'm going to call a quick break here and just get a snack, but I'll be back very soon with more fics. The next one on the list is Liebestod by Miss Multipants. 1900 words, so reasonably long still. Epic Wagner reference. So look forward to that when I get back in just a few minutes. Okay, we're back. I saw in chat that someone's dad is watching. Very exciting. I'm sure your dad will be proud of how you've chosen to spend your time over the last 10 days. It's a worthy cause, I have to say. Finishing one of the worst pieces of fanfiction I've ever seen in my life. Oh shit. Look who it is. It's Ryu with $50 in the chat there. Epic. My one blessing for the month and my last for this year. A blessing and good luck to all the entries. Happy holidays and see you next year. That's fantastic, Ryu. Extremely generous. Thank you so much. And yes, I pass that blessing along to all of our valiant contenders here. I'm really happy that so many people decided to contribute to this project. I wasn't expecting quite this many submissions. I'm really impressed with the turnout, and everyone's put in kind of a startling amount of effort into this so far. So a round of applause to every one of you who submitted. This is a very cool event that was not possible without all of the community's work. And thank you again, Ryu. Okay, let's read the fic. My voice is feeling a bit better after that. I chugged some like meal replacement liquid and gargled some tea. So this Liebestod thing, it was a Google Doc. Okay, convenient. I can just load it up right like this. Okay, let's go. Shaking in your boots? Don't be too nervous, this is all just for fun. The only reason I made this a contest, by the way, is because I thought it would just be I don't know how to describe it. Like, it's a bit of a psychological effect. If you're doing something for like a nominal prize, or you're being rated, you'll try harder, you'll get more into it. I think that's the only reason. I just wanted people to get into it, you know? Noel started to say something, a vain attempt to control the cruelty of life, but it was too late. Chris vaulted out of his chair. Brody grabbed his shoulders and twisted him away, kicking him to the floor. Okay, we're right into the fight scene here. I forgot to reset the bingo card. Hang on. Okay, immediate fist fight. Perfect. Still no bingo yet, eh? Finally, someone continues the dinner scene. Technically, the first fic did. It turned into a mech battle, but it was a continuation of the dinner. Okay, Chris vaulted out of his chair. Burley grabbed his shoulders and twisted him away, kicking him to the floor. I'm trying to picture what that would look like. It's some sort of, like, sumo technique where he has his shoulders and he, like, sweeps his feet from underneath him. Susie and Noel were up out of their seats, a chaos of shouting. Chris's powerful hands were suddenly around Burley's throat. Okay, canon that Chris has strangle hands. Squeezing tight.
I'm not a person to play chicken with.
Burley spat in his face. They were scrabbling on the floor. Burley managed to lift a hand and punched Chris in the face. He flew backwards, staggering. I guess we've redacted the Undertale, or what do you call it? We retconned the Undertale lore about monsters not being able to, them being physically weak against humans, which debatably is just how it works in Undertale or Deltarune anyway, because Susie can beat up Chris pretty good, it seems. So Burley punches Chris so hard that Chris flies backward. Noelle runs up to help him. Chris swatted her away, not to be helped or comforted by a woman. Okay, what the... Chris is like a wife-beating misogynist now? Alright. There's no comfort for him or Burley now. Only two men in an uncomfortable world. Chat says Birdly has raw strength.
You've accomplished nothing, Birdly fumed. You arrogant little shit. You try to talk to me about what I don't have. You have nothing. Nothing to show for. Nothing to be proud of. You think your wife has turned to the arms of others?
You don't think your wife. Oh.
You think she finds you enough?
Chris roared and flew at Birdly, pinning him to the wall. Kicked Birdly between the legs, siphoning a high groan. Oh dear, I think that counts. Yikes. Susie and Noelle stood frozen as their men crashed around the room, knocking into furniture. "The neighbors will hear," said Noelle in a petrified tone. As Birdly was recovering from a gut punch, Chris grabbed the knife from the table. Ignoring Noelle's ensuing scream, he swiped it at Birdly. Birdly narrowly ducked the blade and threw himself against Chris. They fell to the floor again. Birdly tried to pry the knife from Chris's fingers. Chris strained against him. With a grunt, Birdly flicked the knife away. It skittered under the table. They're just killing each other. They're fighting in a Tom and Jerry dust cloud, says chat. While standing here, I realize is playing you.
Trying to make the mother of all fanfics here, Jack. Can't worry about breaking a few unfertilized eggs.
Birdly rose. He grabbed the bottle of red wine from the table and raised it over Chris, who was still on the floor, trying to rise and catch his breath. Birdly let the red liquid fall, splashing it on Chris's face. A wave of res blood-like liquid. Then Birdly smashed the goddamn bottle over Chris's head. This was like a WWE match. Chris fell flat on the floor. Birdly crossed around the table, sat down in his chair, and continued eating calmly. Extremely based. Susie and Noelle stared at him, still unmoving. With all the self-control he could muster, Birdly went on eating, thoughtfully cramming bits of nutrition into his mouth. A knife at his throat. Chris had risen behind him and retrieved the knife from underneath the table. Chris is durable as fuck, like a wine bottle over the head, and he's still going. Birdly felt the blade against his flesh, moving slightly up and down in Chris's stupid, quivering hand.
I'm gonna kill you, Birdly,
Chris said, his voice impossibly deep and dark. A well of pure intention.
You thought you could come here and insult me in my home, in front of my family? You sad fucker. You pathetic loser. Weakling. You're about to die.
A soft cry sounded. Everyone looked up. Dad? Clara stood at the bottom of the stairs, clinging to a strange, clown-like plush toy in one hand. Is that, Jevel or something? Sean, maybe? She dropped her toy to the floor. Noelle ran to her. Clara! Clara's relevant, finally. The knife dropped. Chris dropped it to the floor. Birdly looked up. He was staring dead at Clara, mouth open, unable to act. Birdly rose to his feet. He had finished his meal. He looked at Noelle, cradling Clara in her weak arms. There's just superfluous descriptions of other characters as weak. I like that. Is this Birdly? Good grab, Noelle, he said flatly, as though nothing meant anything anymore, which it didn't. Which it didn't. That's like a Tails gets trolled dialogue there. That's great. That delivery. The candle of meaning had been extinguished by the inevitable wind of strength. That's something, alright? That's some kind of writing. She has the new brand of Jevel marketable plushie, which you can find at fangamer.com. Oh, okay. You imagine Chris's voice as Markiplier's? Or Birdly's? I've been voicing Umriss Chris as the batter for some reason, who is kind of just Sylvester Stallone or something. We need more fist fight, says Outsin. Okay. Chris was standing there, struck dumb. Birdly turned to him.
Not manly enough to kill me. Not enough of a man to kill me in front of your own daughter, Chris. You stupid fuck, he said softly. You should have done it. Now you just look stupid.
Now you look like a dork. This writing is reminding me of Tails Gets Trolled somehow. Like,
you should have killed me when you had the chance. Now you just look kind of gay.
Like I could easily see that being in Tails Gets Trolled. Noelle hurried Clara back upstairs.
That's right, go, said Birdie loudly. Don't let her see what the real world is like.
Chris turned and shambled robotically to the door and stepped out into the night, not looking back. Birdie walked after him, keeping pace.
Too weak, he shouted after Chris. You should have killed me. You couldn't stomach it. Why could you not do it?
Birdley's become unhinged. They walked away from the house. Neither one looked back. The moon was out, a sliver of itself, in a dark world of the night sky. Just a sliver. Birdley eyed it, but kept one eye on Chris.
Coward, he hissed.
At last, Chris turned to face the mockery. Birdley walked up to him. They stood there, two opposing forces in the street. Chris's face showed a kind of anguish. It surprised Birdley. He had expected only idiotic regret or embarrassment.
What is it? Muttered Birdley, man to man.
I'm a man's man.
Something had changed.
I killed my brother.
Chris said faintly. Oh, round of applause. Fucking fantastic.
What?
Birdley said loudly. Chris stared at him with cold, unafraid eyes.
You heard me, Birdley. I killed my own brother, Birdley. When I was young. You remember him. It was me. I killed him. And I am, fully capable of doing the same to you.
Silence passed between them. Jaru's not in chat right now, that's too bad.
All men are killers, Chris,
said Birdley. No, that's Birdley.
All men are killers, Chris, said Birdley finally.
I think that the statistics may dispute that, Birdley,
said Chris back, but not really.
And I have my karma too, if you believe in such things.
Oh, no, that's Chris speaking.
And I have my karma too, if you believe in such things,
said Chris. He turned partially away. His face was lit by that thin moon.
I have paid dearly for my act. I was only a child when I killed him, Birdley, but I have paid for it since, with the life of my own child.
He spoke through a mist of tears, but maintained composure.
Clara, she is dying, Birdley. She's very ill. She has not long to live now.
Off screen, since you last saw her, she's acquired the plot cough and become a Dickensian orphan. This reads like a 90s movie script somehow. It's like a weird soap opera or something. Kara misgendering? No, this isn't Kara. This is Clara. You misunderstand. Clara is the daughter of Chris and Noelle, the adopted daughter. Kara is, as of so far, not canon to the story whatsoever. Plot cough. Yeah.
Yes, my daughter, terminally ill, and all because of my sin of my youth, my fratricide, my...
Chris could not speak for a moment.
Because of, Asriel.
Birdley stared at Chris. The man seemed so different to him now.
So, that is my karma, as I was saying. Yours is, well, it is what I said. You will not have children. I will lose the one I have. We are both paying for what we have done.
Chris was now more eloquent than he had ever been. He had just expressed something that his art had never been able to say. He had spoken the truth. This isn't a 90s movie script. This is like a 90s anime. Or not even a 90s anime. This is the kind of shit people talk about in anime, though. I have my karma too, and such things. I'm fated something. Very anime. Where everyone has like this impossibly deep metaphysical structure underlying everything they think and do, and articulate it at the first available opportunity. Kind of like a Reddit atheist, actually. Birdley turned back toward the now distant lights of the house.
We should go back.
Oh no, we should go back.
Chris nodded, and they set out for the house again under that moon. So Chris just reveals that he killed his brother, and Birdie's like, that's kind of weird, I guess. Let's go back. Doesn't really give a shit. He's just like interested in Chris's character. Outsin says it's WWE plus a 50s soap plus 90s anime. That's pretty good. All men are killers. Yeah, that's a great line out of nowhere. Is that Nietzsche? Did Nietzsche say that? I don't know. The next day was the karma of the previous one. One bad turn warranted another, and Birdie's life was all punishment. Bad and good deeds punished, and none ever rewarded. Oh, I guess Chris gave the philosophy lecture that time. It wasn't Birdley, but we got one.
I'm leaving you.
Said Susie to Birdley over their liquid dinner late in the night. What is a liquid dinner? Are they just drinking? Okay, that was... compared to the previous fix, that was the divorce came at you like Mach 10 there, but I'll take it. They are just drinking. All right, the bingo card is rapidly filling up. Birdie looked over at her, without a note of surprise on his face. Yes. Is he trying to be like the Nordic gamer Chad meme?
Yes.
She stared at him. There was a faint fire in her eyes.
What? You just like that?
She looked away, shrugging. Oh, he looked away, shrugging. The real Susie left a long time ago. What happened to the old days? Reading Dickens and Auden and Tolstoy together beneath the tree, making moody love as they pleased. It had all gone away, washed like the words in the sand on the beach, wiped from his mind, yet he remembered it all. She was leaving. She had already left. He too had left. Only their slivers remained, the faintest shades of who they had been. It really depressed Birdley. He did not want to be alone. And yet, are we not all alone, ultimately? At the end of the day, togetherness is the most fleeting illusion of all. It's like a Kojima villain or something. That wasn't really implied sex, not really weird kissing. They're using sliver instead of Umriss too, so Susie got up and left, and Birdley said nothing. She was packed, she supposed. Oh my god, she decided, like, on the spot. She, like, packed her things and left. Perhaps she had been packing. He hadn't noticed. Was that callous? Was it callous of her to leave? Almost certainly, but it would be better this way. In the end, they would be happier. She was tempted to do many things, tempted to pursue, to beg, to kill. All men are killers, and each man kills things he loves. Yes, Oscar Wilde. He had seen that movie too. He had seen them all. Wait, is All Men Are Killers like an American Psycho reference? I probably shouldn't have added this to the bingo card, because I haven't actually seen American Psycho. Or maybe Oscar Wilde had a different thing with that. I don't know. It's not a reference, incredible. We're getting IRL lore though, for sure. He had seen that movie too. He had seen them all, and they had all passed his mind like 100 drinks thrown back and forgotten on a long, lonely night. I don't know why Oscar Wilde was invoked here, but it really adds a lot. It's a reference to 5 different things. Okay. Later that night, still not really satisfied, he went for a walk. His walk with Chris had proved therapeutic, or at least revelatory. Maybe this one would make him feel better about the woman who had left him. The love of his life, his muse. Terrible and beautiful, the agony and ecstasy, his darling monster. Jesus. There's no purple prose category. Susie was a troubled woman. He could not blame her. How like his Lady M she had been. His Lady M. That's probably a IRL reference too. They could have conquered Scotland together. But she had betrayed him. Is this Macbeth? But she had betrayed him not in reality, in her mind. The affairs she had imagined were worse than if she'd acted on them. She knew her fantasies, and they goaded him. Weird. At the end of the road, ahead stood a figure. Birdie kept walking. What's the music? Lo-fi Omori. There it is. Omori Lo-fi and chill. He knew the end. He felt it coming for some time. And there she stood at the end of the street. He kept going, bowed his head, averted his eyes. She stood dressed in all white like an angel. Night was cold, but she was not shivering. She was colder than the night. So Noelle's just here? Is this a hallucination? He looked up, and he had almost reached her. There was something strange about her eyes. They glowed with an insane white fire. Her mouth was twisted in a sick smile. Her hands were raised. Birdie made no move to stop her. He could not reach her in time anyway, but he welcomed what would come. Someone was standing off to the side of her. Someone was making her do this. She was a slave, a helpless tool, a knife. Why does Toby Fox need a weapon? A storm of ice rained down around Birdley. An eerie song rang out. The energy poured from Noelle's eyes and mouth, and Birdley felt the air around him turn to crystal and harden. Surprising number of Snowgrave references. I wasn't thinking there'd be so many. Death had waited for him all his life, death and decay coming to him from the speed of existence, at the speed, drawing nearer all the time, while he drank and had sex as if nothing was wrong. His spirit was not one meant to fade, but by the same token he was born to die. He thinks, therefore he is, but his thinking has just stopped. He is and was dead. Alright. Oh, Asriel already died, so even more character death. That wasn't a dream, though, was it? Like, that was just Chris and Noelle in the light world casting Snowgrave. That's whack. Everything was still. Absolutely still. Noelle looked down. The figure to her left nodded grimly. It was done. The next day, the police found Birdley encased in a block of ice. The skeletonized body of what's-her-name was found outside the estate 3 days later. The grizzled old chief of police, Undine, suspected foul play. The area was to be searched. Where had he been last night? Had he fought with anyone? Old crimes would be discovered, and more recent crimes punished. Undine would not let the case evade her. They tried to stare into the ice, but it was not really visible within. They would have to break it to see. For though they looked inside, they did not see him fully. All they could see was the shape of him. He was dead, but they did not see his face. They did not see the pain in his eyes, the infinite sorrow frozen in his head, the grief that could never cry out. Birdley feels with his brain, because he's an intellectual, that makes sense. They did not see his muscles, his strength, his potential, the alcohol in his belly, the illness in his mind. Holy shit. None of it. None of who he was. Who he had loved, what he had tried to do, the books he had read, the jokes he had made, the time he had wasted. Nothing revealed, they could only see his outline. Wow. That was quite an ending, actually. Kind of a left turn, but well executed, I have to say. Where is it? Umriss meaning has finally been explored. Once again, no bingo. Interesting. This was a bit of a roller coaster. I thought it was starting in like a really comedic way, then it got more and more serious as it went on. It was kind of like a whole smorgasbord of weird emotions, which is maybe the best you could hope for this kind of exercise. It's going to be a hard one to rate. But let's see what the viewers have to say. This one is Liebestod, I think. Is it L-E-I or L-I-E? It is L-I-E, which I believe means like the death of love in German or something. Something cool like that. Alright, voting is open. Love Death. That was the moral oral of Umriss fanfic, says chat. I'm not sure what moral oral is like, but I'll take your word for it. Okay, that was a hard one to concisely rate, I think. Humor, it was decent. The beginning of it was quite humorous, with just the slapstick of the fist fighting was pretty ridiculous. I think I'd be willing to give it a 6. It didn't really go all in on the humor, but it was pretty strong to start out with. And I'm a fan of that kind of like slapstick taken seriously. We're picturing it as funny, but it's not trying explicitly to be funny. I like that. Fidelity, fairly good. Kind of like a middling fidelity. The prose was smoother than Umriss has any right to be. The thematic focus felt like adjacent, pretty close, but not quite dead on. It kind of had its own kind of preoccupation with like strength versus weakness, which I guess is pretty faithful to the original. Like that was kind of an implicit theme of the original story, was Birdley being concerned about always seeming strong, kind of macho, a bit of that Ur-fascism, I don't know, maybe you could read into that. So thematically, I guess it was pretty faithful. The writing not quite, but it kept the pronouns, so I think I can give that a decent fidelity score, maybe a 7. And Poignancy, I thought it was pretty strong in that regard. It started off weird, and then got better as it went along. The ending was kind of haunting, honestly. A bit out of left field, but it worked for like a self-contained ending anyway. Maybe I'll also give that a 7. I'm kind of indecisive on this one. Like I said, this is a hard one for me to rate properly, because it was like lots of different things. Alright, I'm gonna give 5 seconds for the voting to finish. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and closed. Okay. And Fidelity. Poignancy. Ooh. The chat felt very strongly about the poignancy. Wait, that's wrong. I'm getting really good at data entry here. This could have been one of my co-ops in school. Could have done this for money. All right. Ratings have been locked in. And what's next? Oh, this is I Want Child.mp4. Yeah, this song's ever gonna be painted with I Want a Child. Is this the last one, says Toby? No, this, I'm probably going to do 7 or 8 this stream. So, the next is Abriss. Let's see who made Abriss. I should shout out once again Miss Multipants for writing the last fic. A very interesting effort. I hope your dad liked it too. Abriss by Igrazim. Full 3,000 words. Alright, so this is some other language Umriss. I'm just gonna guess that they're all Czech until chat tells me that it's not Czech. It's Uzbekistani or something. This one's Czech for sure. Oh, it means demolition. So not actually an Umriss, but close enough. Let's see what we've got. Okay. A lot of Eastern European languages. Yes, that's kind of the theme. Well, the original is Umriss is German, so it's following the pattern. Oh, Abriss is German, but it means demolition, not outline. I see. Okay, back into the trenches we go. Reset the bingo card. Actually, I should have made this bigger, so it's just a bit easier to read. Isn't Germany in Western Europe? I don't know. I don't know, dude. I'm not from Europe. Okay. Let's get right into it. Birdly, don't, muttered Susie uselessly, her hands clasped on her face, excluding the snout, because her snout is too long to fit into her hands, I guess. The blue bird relaxed just slightly, seemingly satisfied with Chris's reaction.
Revenge, you say? What's the point?
Chris said thoughtfully after a pause.
You're really a self-sabotaging kind of guy, Birdly.
Birdly's eyebrows jumped, his fists curling up once again.
I may not have much talent,
Chris continued, grinning horribly again.
but you've got a real knack for ruining your own life and those around you.
He was aiming close to the heart, way too close. Chris poked at his insecurities as if he was his Jungian shadow. Everyone's jumped right on the philosopher bandwagon here. Does this count as... It's not a philosophy lecture yet, but it's IRL lore for sure. Like he knew what he thought every other time between his works and his drinking until the blissful forgettance. How dare he? What a janky sentence. I love it. Birdly paled a few hues of blue and flinched. That's a really funny image. His feathers they change color. They have a blood supply. Does that count as monster anatomy? Feathers have a blood supply now? Only one thing... then his expression turned into an angry frown. Only one thing mattered right now. Either he admitted he was a failure in his own way or proved Chris wrong. Except there was no proof, only his fists and the longing for violence that all men had. We're back to all men are killers. Der Mensch ist böse. To think that once he'd believed he was an exception, that he could retort verbally with the precision of a rapier. But there he stood, fists raised like a barbarian, succumbing to the strength-build lifestyle, unable to form coherent reply to Chris. In the end, he would blame the wine without a doubt. Chris jumped up from the chair but failed to completely avoid the punch. Hey, we're back into the fist fight. Take two. Failed to completely avoid the punch aiming straight for his jaw. Birdly jabbed without finesse, ignoring the protesting screams of women at the table. Not the women, just general women. There were women present, and they were screaming. The hum flinched and bent as Birdly's... Oh, the human flinched and bent as Birdly's hit pushed the air out of his chest. Chris stood his ground even now, brown curls draping over his red eyes. At first, the bluebird felt better after hurting him. However, that's as far as it would go. Certainly, this was no fun like when he and Des had fought. Chris made no signs of fighting back, like if he knew damn well Susie wouldn't return it back to him tenfold. Oh, Birdly thinks that Susie's gonna, tag team with him? This fucker, Birdly growled. He never wanted to go into the snake den in the first place.
We're very sorry.
Susie apologized, her voice shaky.
I'm not so sure both of you are.
Chris tugged at his not-so-perfectly aligned anymore suit. Oh yeah, just a reminder that Chris is wearing literally the BoJack Horseman uniform. Like a suit jacket over a blue sweater.
Even the broken clock is right twice a day, grumbled Birdley. He was beginning to compose himself. We should get going, Susie. I have work to finish tonight. She was angry at him, but wouldn't find reasons to object. Situation didn't leave much mood for continuing the dinner, if there was any to begin with. We're losing the articles. That's like a telltale sign of Umrissian writing, is that the signal drops out and you just omit articles occasionally. That's good. Rarely Birdley regretted not giving a crap for drinking buddies from college for this long. Interesting sentence. Otherwise, he definitely rushed somewhere to drink straight till morning. Alas, no one would take him. Not for the first time today, he regretted having so little of that nice vine of theirs. Okay. Okay, dinner scene is over. It's to save the word count, yeah. Are you the one? I told someone tried to submit a fic that was 3,010 words long, and I said delete 10 random articles. You're still angry at me for hitting that insensitive bastard, Birdley said without looking. He was leaning against the table with the villa miniature he had worked on, since the pretty Richman had criticisms for the house. Oh, the petty Richman? Is that his client? He now needed to concede many choices, vandalizing his own perfect work. That is, if he wanted the rest of pay. Susie didn't talk to him since the fight. She would never get over... Oh, she would get over it. Birdley was just annoyed that her withholding was making him so uneasy he couldn't focus on his work. She wasn't at fault, but he knew until this changed he wouldn't feel right. He couldn't afford to be so distracted. Wait, who is this? Would you have kept taking it yourself? You could have backed me up. Who is saying this? Is Susie here? I'm so confused. Like... Is someone else in the room with him? Oh no, Birdley. Okay, I forgot that Susie was here. I was picturing Birdley working by himself. Would you have kept taking it yourself? You could have backed me up. He turned to look at the brunette, who was surprised that she gotten uncomfortable. Is it because he's your old buddy, Closet Adventures, you told me once before? Isn't that sort of suspicious? She laughed forcibly. Susie glared at him.
You just don't get it, do you? You're so arrogant.
His prodding sure did give a reaction.
I've changed for you, Birdley, but then you can't give up even an inch of ground yourself.
Maybe he didn't get it. Whatever. How's it my fault? Chris had earned it. Susie interrupted him, shouting,
Who cares about Chris? Last I heard, you two aren't married.
His eyebrows leaped as his honed imagination presented a vivid picture he hasted to throw out of his mind. He did the entire, the Halloween hack boss fight against Andonitz's gay thoughts in a split second and returned to the conversation. Alright then, Birdley uttered. What if next time I pretend I'm not even there? Do you really prefer that kind of husband, Susie? She shook her head, but not in agreement with his point. He felt, but in frustration. He was winning, wasn't he? Then why did pit in his heart stayed so empty? After many moments of tense silence, Birdley suddenly heard himself saying things he found surprising to hear from himself, of all people. Okay, fine. I could do better. I suck at this. I'm stuck against the wall. All this, if I admit it's not how it's meant to be, then it means it's been a lie all along, and so The purple she-lizard looked at him incredulously. She-lizard, yeah. I suck at this, too, maybe. Even someone as short as you may hit the ceiling. Oh. Well, that's Susie.
I suck at this, too, maybe. Even someone as short as you may hit the ceiling, she snarked.
Damn you. He did feel small now, but let her have her jab. Susie's expression suddenly changed.
Look, I had this one idea. Once, I'd have hit whoever suggested it.
We are about to ruin the day to somebody innocent, aren't we? What? Birdie queried her facetiously when their argument about this family came to an agreement. This finally came to an agreement. What is she talking about? No, we are about to ruin the day to someone innocent. Oh, of someone, I think, maybe. It's okay, the original was hard to parse sometimes too. I'm sure you understand that nobody really intrudes into your relationship here. It's merely in your interest to go through your unsatisfactions verbally. Oh, they're going to therapy. Okay. Is that the therapist talking? I don't know. Birdie had the surreal feeling ever since he agreed to this counseling session. He'd have protested much more if Susie didn't stress on that they didn't need to take this seriously. However, the Bluebird expected of this monster about as much as from a scholar social instructor. What does that mean? Which he never visited personally, but heard many times of form a true frequenter, Susie. The scholar social instructor. I don't know what that means. Instead, he was met with logic that made him feel like he was throwing a childish tantrum. So this is the therapist speaking. We have an original character. ESL moment. I'm not trying to make fun of you, it's just that, like, if anything, this is recreating the experience of what the actual fic was written like. A school disciplinarian posits Outson. A school social worker, maybe that's it. You didn't fix it on purpose. Excellent. Oh yeah, Susie is the frequenter of, so like a school counselor. The thing that Susie got sent to the school counselor often, I get it. Now, technically, I heard that you two think about your marriage. Regrettably, even the little of fractured information I got from you is conflicting. On one hand, you claimed that mutual support is primary to your marriage. On another, that you need independence. I asked you whether you had tolerance toward alcohol, and you said no. But that contradicts the evidence from how you described your spare time. The counselor's eyes drifted into Birdley's.
Please, you don't have to turn it into an interrogation, do you?
Susie called out, only partially joking. Dear counselor, Birdley put up a condescending smile. Isn't it said that contradictions are inherent to the human experience? Believe it or not, my past as a doctor made me sure to base conclusions on facts. Contradiction merely lies in perception. Susie's head was beginning to buzz from the growing verboseness in the environment. A few days passed since Birdley's knuckles got pressed into Chris, and now he found a new opponent. If she realizing anything, the ex-doctor was too polite to say that Birdley was full of shit. The ex-doctor. I wonder if this is Gaster the whole time. That would be funny. Eventually he gave it and moved to other topics. This man plays the long game, doesn't he? We paid for the sessions. Surely all this means he wants us to return another day, huh? Birdley mused while Susie became the target of interrogation in her turn.
Mrs. Susie, you mentioned you have sleep troubles. If you want my help, you would need to answer whether you think that your daytime stress is a potential cause.
Birdley's expression got aloof when she glanced at him. Conversation edged unpleasantly closer to things they might have to lie about. Susie was at a nonplus. Is that an actual phrase? I'm legitimately not sure if that's a phrase or not. I've never heard it used like that. At a nonplus. And eventually settled on redirecting the conversation.
Look, you don't seem like the charlatan, not like all those crash grabbers around.
Or is this Birdley? No, this is Susie.
Do you think that dreams can have meaning?
The man frowned thoughtfully.
There are certainly not really something you should ever rely on.
He made a pause.
But neither is the mind in general, is it? We can only take what we see at face value even when it's proven wrong. There's no certainty that dreams is nothing but that. You got like the high school philosophy therapist guy. And maybe just this is Birdley's influence. He draws these conversations out. Makes everything just like pointless philosophical meandering that solves no problems. Please let this be Gaster, says chat. Birdley gotten an itch to heckle the unscientifical turn of topic. However, it would be a lie to say he didn't entertain superstitious thoughts himself after his latest nights. Susie described her odd nightmare then. It was like she was transferred to the head of some philosopher that wanted immortality. Very much like that. It was so specific that Birdley felt eerie at how similar the thought sounded to his own, almost as if it was written by the same author that was responsible for his entire worldview. Before he knew, Susie was nagging him to tell about his snake nightmare, and he had no excuses to latch onto, so he did. Ex-Doctor kept his poker face. That's his name, Ex-Doctor. And finally said there's nothing he can say that would be based on his qualification. Despite himself, Birdley was disappointed. No confirmation that he's the doctor. Oh well. I mean that he's Gaster. Back at the car, Susie sat in a front seat with a phone in hand.
Well, better leave it with a contact than without. You know I'm awful with names. How do I name it?
The bluebird didn't really pay attention to people. He didn't look forward to meeting again. You do realize I don't care. Well, the nameplate had something slimy. Gastropod or something. It is Gaster! We did it! That was Gaster the whole time. I'm so happy. That's very good. Completely gratuitous, but I love it. Gaster therapy? Does that negate original character? It does, actually. If we're being accurate here, it does negate original character. There. Okay. Hey, Andrew, when is part 2? I'm not sure. This is kind of something I would like to do, like, as an immediate follow-up, but I kind of want it... I don't really want to do it on a weekday, because that'll mean that fewer people can watch it. So I might just save this until next weekend. I think that'll be the fairest way to do it, to give most people the opportunity to watch. Although if everyone wants me to do it earlier, I would consider it. Okay, there's more of this. Chris stood in the doorway leading to the basement. Oh, important question in chat. Am I accepting more fics after, or is it set in stone now? I don't think I'll be accepting more, because it could go on forever that way. I kind of want this to be concise. 15 is a lot, so I think it's cut off now. A week is a bit too much, so people do seem to want this to be... A couple people I've seen want this to be earlier. I would consider doing it tomorrow, perhaps. Perhaps. Okay. Chris stood in the doorway leading to the basement. He had his suspicions. The phone call reaffirmed them. Right, wrong. Even before he'd questioned these labels, a drug addict might know what they do is wrong and still do it. Life confronts any preconceived notions, even denialism. Here's our philosophy lecture. Oops, the pencil got too small. There we go. Chris was cheating. Over and over he would come down to the basement, choosing the easy way. Reality wasn't worth it to obey these implied rules. Reality wasn't forgivable. Any distance from pain would do. Chris was special, and he would survive. So far he did, no matter how little of the person from then was remaining. Of them remained. Oh. So this is Chris now doing something sinister. I think this implies diegetic pronoun jank. I think that's what it's implying here. They started it off with selfish reasons, but Chris of today, most of his life became a facade. Almost every fiber was fake. It would be not fake if it was total, but for the singular remaining tumor of knowledge, the memory. Like the cage before, hidden metallic safe in his room contained their soul. Chris needed to reunite with it one last time. Chris inserted numbers of the date into the lock mechanism. What is it? April 13th? Who knows? As it opened, a small heart-shaped object inside was shining. The soul didn't move. Ever since the return from Card Castle, nothing struggled against Chris's will. So this is some bastardized post-Chapter 1 canon, where the soul never got put back, or something crazy. The presence came through their soul before. So if Gaster believed it was indeed back and had an influence... Okay, Gaster's plot relevant now. Holy shit, what's happening? It must be unable to control his body anymore. He barely understood the strange power. Soul slotted right where it belonged. And like each time before, all emotions again lost the distance the man was comfortable with, rushing straight into Chris's being. Misery, hope, grief, misplacement, conflicted feelings, and regret. The will of Chris was his own, even if he didn't choose this life. In truth, he didn't despise it, at least not every facet of it. If he really hated it, it wouldn't matter if he looked in Clara's eyes before leaving or not. Wow. Okay. Wow. That was quite something. Let me see. Is this back to Birdley? Dream is such a loaded word, just like love. The darkness of world beyond. Only humans are so foolish to fear it. The reason is that humans need the comfort of their dreams, to pay lip service and convince their minds that they can grasp something. True knowledge isn't sought by them. It's the indulgence of their ancient instincts and nothing more. Worthy of their intellect are those who don't wish to fix the darkness, to try to fill it with garbage that they can comprehend. The rest of them didn't truly grow beyond a caveman who prays to the sun god through the night. Birdley woke up, racing. Heart racing. Happens. Didn't I read that it's just the brain's false alarm? He was trying to calm himself. Heaving, his back straight and tense like a stick. He looked at the digital bedside clock. N317, just perfect. I'm not sure what the N is for. North. We got the dream sequence, though. Oh, no, that wasn't a sequence. That was just Birdley dreaming about, philosophizing about dreams. Oh, night, okay. The contents of his dream were way too fresh, yet. Birdley was feeling this forced indifference, as if he was 12 and just watched a horror movie and was now shy to be scared of the shadows. Maybe this is what drove him to look out the windows, his pride. His head still felt strange as he found himself putting on clothes and walking into the cool air of the night. He's back! Doctor? Oh wait, this is Chris.
Doctor.
Pale-faced monster in a suit stood next to a half-buried structure overgrown with grass. They're at the bunker? He turned around to the voice of the human. I guess I'm just gonna stay with the previous voice of Gaster. I don't want this to necessarily be canon Gaster voice, but I've got to keep it consistent. This is insane, yeah, chat says.
Oh, Chris, how is Noelle doing? It has been a while since our last counseling session.
Doctor, I had enough of the impressions. You sure as hell know what my inflections of voice mean. My soul's with me right now, and I might kill myself if you feed me with false hope.
Gaster squinted. Very well, Chris. I see you do not wish to expose yourself to emotions. But do not lie. If you did not value your life, you would have taken it right after the roaring.
The roaring already happened? What is this AU? Chris flinched.
I can't take this anymore. If that world is gone permanently, just say it now. If I can't do anything about it, whatever it takes, I'll do it. If my death is what it takes, I'll accept.
Is this getting into like Deltarune Undertale crossover speculation? This is tapping into some like high tier lore, and I'm not entirely sure what the angle is yet. Doctor's expression became thoughtful.
The Twilight world, the mix of light and dark that we ended up trapped in, still obeys the commands of one that may or may not be present.
I can control myself. It can't be here now, can it?
Chris glanced at the bunker doors. So Chris can exist freely with the soul if the player is not here. I guess?
Listen, Chris, the only thing standing in the way of a demolition is your commitment.
A demolition, all caps? Kojima's writing it? Kojima wrote this? Okay.
And how could I not be ready?
As soon as you perceive this world as your reality, you cannot do it. If you find value in whatever that happened here, complete detachment is what it takes.
Well, not all caps, I meant it's capitalized. The plot is, it's nutty here. This is going for like, it's not just a roller coaster, it's like the euthanasia roller coaster. It's just like loop after loop. Oops. Spilled the fucking tea. Let me wipe up the tea briefly. There we go. This might become Jaru lore. This doesn't feel like Jaru lore. This is like something new. Something else. Something terrifying. No, it's not on the keyboard, it's fine. The darkness fascinated Birdley. After walking almost to the edge of Nightly Town, he was about to turn around but saw that up above the trees, far off, something shone, and the sun didn't rise from the south. Okay, the sun is rising from the south. As he approached the forested area, apprehension took over him. Light flickered and looked wrong, pale and dead to him. Shadows of the branches got more distinct and chaotic the closer he got to the source. We're getting into like Courier New writing here. Then he saw that some mound was blocking off the epicenter. Covering behind the bunker, he saw two brightly lit men to either side. What the fuck is going on here? He shouted when he recognized Chris. The red-eyed seemed just as surprised.
How can you be seeing this?
Suddenly, the white star got fainter. Then terrified Bluebird heard him muttering something strange. The repeating,
I won't be missing him. I won't be missing him. I won't.
The Mr. Gastropod on the other side was just focusing on the magic silently. Birdley knew one thing. Chris hated him. There was a bad feeling about all this. The monster hated to put trust into a feeling, but knew what they had to do something fast. Birdley, with all force, shoved Chris away from the light and pinned him with the words, "Tell me what you're doing, bastard. Tell me. Is this dangerous? I won't let you go until I know." Counselor flinched, but stayed where he stood. The human punched Birdley just as he was turning back. His face brimmed with hate so fierce something fell in his stomach.
Screw your life, you plucked peacock. Step back.
Plucked peacock. He drops the one-liner. This is insane. Chris wasn't too strong for a human, but taller than Birdley and wasn't holding back. Another punch and a kick to the gut, and now he was clutching himself lying in the grass. Damn it. Why? How did he show up? Is it the presence? He cursed to himself. Oh, is that Chris? I'm assuming Gaster isn't cursing.
Damn it, how did you show up? Is it the presence?
He had no weapons and there was no time. He told to himself that otherwise he'd be killed. That otherwise he'd killed Birdly. And it's what it took to reset. He wouldn't hesitate, right? Oh my god, they're trying to reset the timeline. Okay. This is like the lore is like it's fucking nuts here. There's like an enormous amount of lore like packed into this very short fanfiction. Trying to achieve heaven. Why does Chris sound like Sans? Because my voice is tired. I'm trying to do the badder voice. Don't worry about it. At dinner, Chris found an opportunity to hurt him. He relished it. Even still, he wasn't the killer. No attachment. Why should killing him feel like a big deal anyway? He would reset.
Just finish the demolition while he's knocked out. Be determined.
Light would destroy everything. Nobody told Birdly, but everything pointed to that. How could Chris be a villain? He was just a mediocre artist he barely knew. And yet, Birdly couldn't stay out of this. This was wrong. If magic existed, Chris wouldn't be one to hoard and use it. He needed a medic. His insides felt really bad. A rib was almost definitely broken. He shouldn't have been moving, but he did. Monsters have ribs. He must have looked pathetic, but the one thing that mattered was the light. It stopped everyone. If it stopped, everyone would be saved. Birdly stood up and shambled toward the flickering star, and maybe if he covered it with his body, the light would go away. And so threw himself on it head first. Oh my god, instead of the dark, everything went ablaze. For a moment, all Birdly felt was the fall, and all he saw was light. He remembered a child's voice. Which child? Can you fly? Birdly was looking around. Everything was huge. It seemed like it was a sunny day. This is like the ending of Space Odyssey. This is insane. Can you fly? He couldn't. All around him, a jungle with no end. If it was a dream, it felt too real for his comfort. Can you fly? He was frozen, or was he frozen in space? Why did he feel so alone? Where was Susie? Still sleeping? Suddenly, he saw the snake. It wasn't slow at all like in his dream, but he took it all in. He saw its green scales burning in the light like emeralds, the shiny crimson eyes. Chris, what was wrong with you? Couldn't you explain? Can you fly? And then the fangs. Oh, that was the fucking interpretive clusterfuck ending there. I'm shaken. I'm rattled by that. Yeah, that was a hell of a roller coaster. Nutty. I'm not even quite sure what happened, to be honest. This is something you'd have to, like, analyze to figure out what even happened. That was wild. Yeah, it really was. Yeah, Gainax ending. That's what I was picturing the end of Evangelion. Yeah. Disgusting. All right. I don't know how I'm going to rate that. I really don't know. But we have to try. Let's do it. Ratings are open. I should probably send the link again in case new people have appeared in chat. This isn't Abriss anymore. No, it is. This is Abriss. Okay. That was Abriss by Yggdrasil. That's going to be really hard to rate, much like the previous one. So I think Gaster being involved is like inherent comedy value to me, because I find just Gaster hilarious, obviously. The insanity overall led a fair bit of comedy value for me personally. There was so much that happened, I can't even like remember it all is the problem. So many plot points got moved over. That started with a fist fight too, like I forgot about that. Okay, overall I'm not sure. I'm gonna give it maybe a 4 in comedy because of the Gaster reference. It was very funny. Fidelity. The writing style was pretty accurate a lot of the time. Pretty variable writing style, actually. Like, the grammatical correctness fluctuated, which is what you want to look for. Thematically, it wasn't really anywhere close, though, I have to say. It was sort of just doing its own thing, which was wildly entertaining. But we'll have to penalize the Fidelity score for that, because it was just completely kind of an original story here, which didn't really connect that much to Umriss, so I'm gonna give that like a right in the middle, a 5 for Fidelity, because the writing style was very on point. And for Poignancy, this is the question, because that was like a cool ending, but I'm not really sure what it had to do with Umriss at all, but I guess it was cool. That's not really part of the categories, whether it had to do with Umriss. It was just kind of cool by itself. I guess I'll give it an 8. Even though it didn't really have anything to do with Umriss. Like, it was just its own thing, and it was kind of cool, so sure. Alright, I'll close down voting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, closed. Okay. If there's one thing that's really surprised me, not necessarily during the stream, but just in this whole project, was I was expecting the vast majority of submissions to be comedic shitposts. Just completely off-the-wall bullshit like the first fic. And actually, most of them aren't. Which I guess is better, but I definitely wasn't expecting it. Oh shit, did I just overwrite the wrong column? Damn it. Yeah, okay, that's right, that's right. Got there in the end. Okay, I'm gonna lock those in. And our next fic. We have Finish Umriss in MLA format by Dustin High IQ. I have no idea what that means. And I'm excited to find out. Ooh, I'm dying to find out. I'll need to shorten the title a bit. MLA format fiction. And this one is a Google Doc, okay. I kind of forget what MLA format even is, to be honest. I did citations for school, of course, at points, but I think I had to use Chicago style or something. So I forget what MLA actually means. MLA is an essay format. Oh, I've only heard of it as a citation format. I thought this was literally like just a citation that was a fanfiction somehow. Alright. Canadian doing Chicago style? I don't know what the fucking... The Chicago style is a type of popcorn as far as I know. Detroit deep dish style essay. Yeah, exactly. Every professor has their own favorite citation style. It's bullshit. Chicago's for history stuff? I don't know, dude. The fact that they're different is the real problem, not me for not understanding how they're different. Formatting's gotten a bit weird here, but maybe that's the MLA. That's part of the MLA. Oppa Chicago style. Yeah. Let's read. Chris looked slightly hurt, clearly trying to think of some way to come back. Susie, why don't we take to another room and let the men fight amongst themselves? Asked Noel. Based Noel. Okay. Susie and Noel left to, well, use your imagination. Okay, this is going to be a shit post, I see. Well, we can start the fic off strong here. Few have ticked off this box so far.
Well, now we have no inhibitions.
Says Chris as he stood up. Birdley was still seething and a little drunk, so he was quite taken aback when Chris drew a sword from seemingly nowhere. Are you going to kill me? Asked Birdley. Because if you do, you'll only have yourself to blame. He picked up... What does that mean, Birdley? He picked up a chair, because despite his moral high ground, he still feared death. Chris jumped over the table, and Birdley stumbled backward and raised the chair in defense. Chris swung at Birdley, and he tried to disarm Chris with his improvised shield. Think about it. If you kill me, what will Noelle think of you?
Well, she was quite shaken up when she heard what I did to Des. I don't think she'll miss you.
Did you kill Death?
That's for you to decide.
Chris winked at the audience. Yeah, this one's gonna be pretty good, I think. What? Is that anyone's headcanon? Is that a headcanon that exists? Has anyone speculated that Chris killed Des? I've never heard that. Oh wait, I have forgot to mark the implied sex scene.
Hey Chris, what's behind you?
Oh, that's Birdley.
Hey Chris, what's behind you?
Chris was not fooled at all, but he took the time to think about how dumb Birdley thinks he is.
You think I'm an idiot? Because I disagree.
Chris was about to explain his emotional intelligence was higher than average when Birdley hit him over the head with a chair.
Ah, what the hell's wrong with you?
Asked Chris.
You tried to kill me.
Oh, right.
Birdley picked up another chair, fully intending to self-defend Chris to death. Just plays Skyrim, he knows how it works. He struck Chris again.
Are you happy, Birdley? Say, if you take the yellow pill.
Chris extended his hand and revealed the yellow pill.
You will have all the friends you need and be very sexy. Or, if you take the pink pill.
Chris extended his other hand to reveal a pink pill.
You'll become incredibly rich and answer to no authority. Some people can't have either, but nobody can have both. So choose.
Birdley grabbed both pills and ate them. The Spamton pills, oh I get it. That's very clever.
Nothing happened.
They were vitamins, Birdley. It was a metaphor, you bonehead, you absolute fuckhead. I was intending to pose an interesting philosophical question, and you ate my vitamins. I even put the sunglasses on to complete the reference.
Chris brushed the hair, including his eyes, to reveal he was wearing sunglasses.
You ruined it. Are you happy, Birdley?
I don't know, but I've learned everything I got. And what do you have, Chris? I've earned everything I got, and what do you have, Chris?
Class envy.
Noel,
Chris whispered. Birdley grunted as he tried to hit Chris again, but he felt a sudden chill.
Hey, is it cold in here or...
Afterward.
Well, Susie, I'm sorry about your husband. I mean, he tried to kill me.
Oh, is this Birdley? No, this is Chris.
Well, Susie, I'm sorry about your husband. I mean, he tried to kill me. I did try to kill him first, but I didn't kill him. It's just I had experience and, well, had the theory.
Chris continued to ramble as Susie stared unflinchingly at Birdley's frozen form.
No, it's,
She tried to think of something to say.
I need to go home.
That's a smart choice, agreed Noelle.
And so the story ends, and everyone is content with the ending. I mean, who couldn't be? I'm sure Birdley is absolutely livid, but I think it's good that he died. Fucking hell. Alright. That was a turbo shitpost. Very actually funny though. Well executed shitpost. Oh wait, character death. Still no bingo, for fuck's sake. Yeah, that was a wild one. Let's, without further ado, let's open the vetting. Okay, not vetting, grading. Grading is open now. I think that's going to be pretty easy to grade, from my perspective. So comedy is a 10, obviously. Extremely funny. I liked it a lot. My favorite line is, although he, despite his moral high ground, Birdley still feared death. I loved that. Then Fidelity, not much. I guess I'll give it a 2 for keeping the pronouns. There was no effort made for Fidelity, and similarly no effort made for Poignancy. That's a 1. That was just a shit post, but a well-made shit post. I'll give it a bit longer because I went through that really fast myself. This was written exactly like Umriss. If you disagree, then just rate it. Just give your own rating. I only get 1 vote, same as you. Alright, now I'm going to be cutting off the voting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and cut. Okay, very emphatic votes from chat. Who gave a 1 in comedy? What kind of contrarian asshole gave the 1? And all right. Well and good. I think, yeah, I ended off with that's Remnants, the Long Twilight. That'll be an exciting conclusion. I know she worked very hard on it. Where are we going? There it is, A Long Twilight, An End to Umriss by Remnant Cult, 3,000 words. Here we go. Okay, reset the... Not much chance of a bingo on the short fix. There's just not enough time to put all the tropes in. Hopefully this will be the final bingo, though. All these fics somehow have not had a bingo yet, as far as I know. So, Regan is our last hope here. Okay. Birdley felt a touch of absolute giddy. It has been a while since he was able to present his superiority to Chris or to anyone. He may have promised to keep civil, but he couldn't pass up a chance to return one of his most cherished adolescent habits. I remember when you started school all those years ago, you clung to your brother's side all the time. It didn't help when, on your first day, you sobbed on him to come back when you were alone with us. Birdley knew he was going to be digging deep. He noticed Chris shaking rapidly as he thought to himself, now's the time to go in for the kill. He smirked. Look at you, shaking like a leaf while smirking like a goon, smiling like a goon. Am I embarrassing you? Are you enjoying this? Birdley pressed on. You are an insufferable fink, you know that. I don't think you did, Birdley. I don't think anyone knows what a fink is except for you. And, Fawful from Superstar Saga. Chris simply pushed down his head, much like he used to do in situations like this, with his mop of hair covering his profile. Unlike then, Chris's face was there for all to see due to his boyish haircut. He simply had his eyes closed while smiling, either in an attempt to ignore Birdley or to laugh at his attempt to pull the curtains open for all to see. That's pretty weak shit, Birdley, honestly. Like, high school? You're gonna make fun of him for what he did in high school? Birdley leaned over his shoulder. Jesus, you've always been the same, he said, acting like you can do no wrong just by keeping to yourself, either by keeping to your pointless art or by keeping to your wife and child. Despite Birdley's friendly first interaction with Clara, he was going full throttle. Months and months of no connection and no calls from both Chris and Noelle was causing a near severance of all goodwill between the two couples. Chris's shaking was hitting fever pitch. He asked for this, and no one was sure why. Noelle and Susie were almost frozen were almost like statues, frozen in their equally shared shock, disbelief, and disappointment. Sorry. As Noelle's eyes moisturized her cheeks, Susie's right elbow was firmly placed on the table, with her hand covering her face. It was a tight facepalm, shielding her from the intense embarrassment, annoyance, and melancholy. Susie always knew that there had been things that happened between Chris and Birdley, like small quarrels, disagreements, even small one-sided yelling matches. Those were growing pains from when they were young. However, why now? Was Birdley hiding something from her? One could hear small sniffles from the dough. Oh, it was only a matter of time before a full-blown sob could come out of her. Susie's hand clenched. This is about to get ugly. I should have played Interstellar Retribution? Nah, too hard for the stream. Maybe I can try a piano rendition afterward, I don't know. Do you want to know what I really think of karma, Chris? Birdley rhetorically implored as he walked beside him, placing his right wing on the surface of the table, I guess. Chris ceased his shaking, widening his grimace with his cheeks pushing against his eyes. I think it's something that will come back around to you, just like what it did to your... Who's talking? Reading ahead to see who's talking. Who's talking? I don't know. Just fucking stop. Someone said that. Birdley flinched hard, lifting his arms and wings. He immediately faced the source of the roar. Chris jumped as well, almost sliding his chair backwards, the lunatic smile banished. It had been dispelled by a furious creature. My wife. Is this Noelle? What the hell do you think you are? To just come in here, eat my food, and then start this crap? What's gotten into you? Noelle demanded. She stood up, hooves firmly solid against the banquet table. Is she standing on the table? Almost hitting her plate of roasted bird and potatoes. One could almost hear a crack from the impact. Or are her front legs hooves as well? I'm not sure. Oh, she jumped onto the table. Based. One could almost hear a crack from the impact. She eyed Chris. And you too, Chris. I've never seen you do this before, and in front of Susie too? Susie was completely caught off guard as well.
With a little bit of wine in her, she was plotting to do just the same thing.
Noel,
What if Clara was seeing all this? She can already hear all our bullshit upstairs right now. Are you going to explain to her that you decided to insult our guests for something they can do nothing about? How could anyone insult someone's infertility and inability to rear even an adopted child, thought Noelle. She didn't say that out loud, she thought it. Oops. I'm so done right now, god damn it. Up on the main staircase, a timid child was peeking on her mother's outburst. She felt absolute terror, but didn't understand why it was happening, or even what she was feeling. Claire's become plot relevant. The music has become silent. Here we go. Shit is serious. Noelle's girl bossing, yeah. A cold, long silence engulfed the whole house. It swept every corner of the building, every space, every nook and cranny. Birdie lowered his shoulders with his eyes widened. Chris held in place as if he was taking a photograph. Susie didn't know how to react either. It was what she wanted to do and was prepared to do, but Noelle stopping the train was not in her hand of potential options. It was deathly still. After what seemed like an eternity, a grandfather clock's ticking could now be heard, counting down what felt like hours instead of seconds. Noelle's emotional dam was now collapsing. A flood was about to disperse the silence. "Just go," she whimpered. A ping of horror vibrated from within Birdley, Chris, and Susie as they braced for the absolute worst. Susie was going to kill that bird. "You two, Birdley, Chris, just go." Noelle began to gradually wail as she announced her demand, resting her head on crossed arms. Susie moved over to comfort her immediately after seeing this. Chris barely could move. Go? Where? You want me and Susie to leave? Birdley asked. No shit, Birdley. You said melon too many times. No, just you two jerks. Just you two jerks. Who, Chris and Birdley? A couple moments were spent emptying her eyes and letting out a few painful sobs as Susie wrapped her arms around her. Her anger was set aside for almost sisterly embrace. Ship is real, ship is real. Their friendship resumed immediately. On the list of things she wanted to see, this was at the very bottom. Chris quietly stood up and pulled his chair back toward the table. Just go with him, Birdley. Go outside, away from me, Susie, and my house. Suzelle dream material. So, yeah, Noelle goes Super Saiyan girl boss, divorces Chris on the spot, tells them to get the fuck out of her house, and like stays with Susie to kiss and stuff. Said Noelle, and she rose from her arms, Susie still holding her. The "my" was emphasized. There have been little, if any at all, moments where Noelle wanted to sever her relationship with Chris, but this was close to nuclear in her book. I guess that's character growth, though, if we have girl bossing Noelle. Just fuck already, says chat. On the corner of Birdley's eye, Chris visibly twitched twice, both when she insisted that the house was now hers and when she said him. It was the first time he twitched at that word. For a brief moment, Birdley wondered if he had seen this before, and for a few microseconds, if this had been a thing for a long time that no one had noticed. To where is that diegetic pronoun, Jank? Love it. To where, though? She's really not getting it. Like, outside the house. She means to go outside and somewhere. Birdley asked again. Chris was already slowly walking out of the dining room with no need to ask any more questions. Yeah, Chris gets it. He moved past him as if he wasn't there. Birdley felt the inner layer of clothes get soaked in a nervous sweat. The alcohol in them was evaporating from his body. Ew. Anywhere, Noelle screamed, pushing Susie's arm in the process. Somewhere, anywhere, just not here. Anywhere, just not here. Perfect with the Night in the Woods soundtrack in the background, too. I want to be alone. I only want Susie here. Take Chris with you and think about what you've done while I kiss Susie I mean, she didn't actually say kiss Susie, I made that up. She explained her demands further. Birdley cowardly glanced at Susie. A panicked expression was now transformed into a sharp glare. She began to bare her teeth, clenching so tight that she risked chiseling her teeth to the gums. She didn't have to say anything, the message was clear. Oh, look in chat. $4, 13 pounds from JD. A bribe to give this all tens. $6.90 Canadian. A bribe to give it tens. I mean, I guess my vote doesn't really matter, so I could easily give it all tens. No one will know, though, right? I could be saying whatever and still give it tens under the hood. No one has to know. Thank you for the donation, though. Nobody, not seemingly in 100 years, had seen Noel break out in complete rage. Birdley was defeated. While keeping his distance and facing the two, he began to follow behind his equally defeated enemy. He tried to muster a whimpered apology, but it was sliced short by a painful glitter from Susie. They're both just like done. They're immediately on the same team here. Passing by the hallway of paintings, he disappeared from their view. He still faced them as he inched toward the open door. Noelle, having erupted in the most fury she'd felt in her whole life, in all her life, bawled in tarnished agony from the pain. For all the four of them knew 2 bridges had been burned down. Rip bridges. Smells like divorce, yeah. You're right, chat. 413 translating to 690 is very powerful. The rear and threatening double divorce is coming, maybe? The rain from before was now clear as twilight carried on. Chris was already making his way out from the driveway as Birdie closed the door behind him. What the hell did I just do? He thought to himself. Before he could dwell on the confrontation, Chris was already leaving Noelle's property as he walked on the sidewalk, hands stuffed in his pockets and his head toward the ground. Birdie ran toward his backside. They began to walk together, albeit from a small distance, such that no one can tell they're associated. There was a savage impulse that loomed over Birdley. Did he really have to follow Chris? He could just walk back home, maybe even stop by Grillby and grab a stiff one. It'll help him forget the fact that Susie was going to beat the shit out of him tonight, or loan him a few divorce papers. I like that detail. Like, Susie literally just beats Birdley. Makes their relationship even worse. I'm gonna count that. It's in the spirit. It'd make for a fine end to the short holiday before his trip. Thankfully, he didn't. He was still in panic mode. His pride wasn't worth losing Susie. The pair were slowly realizing how selfish they were. Oatson gets it. The happy castle, divorce, scary castle, heterosexual ending. Saying that he wrote one of the fics where they stayed together. Okay. So the pair, I'm assuming, is Chris and Birdley here, doing their kind of walk of shame. Neither party did not speak a word as they walked in a zigzag line. I'm assuming all the typos, by the way, based on the quality of Regan's writing in the preface, these are all intentional typos, I have to assume. Or at least most of them are, and that's what counts. They saw that hometown was winding down. Light poles were lit and folks were still out while heading home or to dinner or Grillby's. As they passed by the library, Chris stopped and turned around. So Grillby's is back. Once again, Sans has been retconned, or like, there was a hostile takeover and he's now unemployed again. Probably for the best, honestly. As they passed the library, Chris stopped and turned around.
I'm sorry,
Chris said. You are? Birdley replied. I'm the one that kept it up.
I was the one bringing you and Susie up.
Birdley wholeheartedly agreed. It was a very fucked up thing to do. He had to know why. Why did you bring that stuff up? What did you mean by karma? They were both now side by side. The intense rivalry that had lived since their youth was now being put aside. All that bragging from Susie and pranking from Chris was put aside. It was obvious that it all came to a fever pitch after no contact. A truce was signed. Chris began to explain.
Has Susie ever told you about the school supply closet?
Ah, so once again, Umriss is pre-chapter 2. So that makes Birdly wouldn't know about the Dark Worlds.
Three C's. Oh, chat's predicting this is going to end up as Chris x Birdly. That would be interesting. A pile of tissues adorned the dark blue sofa as Susie held Noelle over the shoulder with her right arm. 2 cups worth of tears emptied out of Noelle's eyes, but she was still pulling out new Kleenex to clean her face. Noelle crying arc has begun. Susie remarkably held her composure. Comforting Noelle gave her something to focus on. "Thank you," Noelle muttered. She had strained her voice earlier. Susie apologized a million times, and it was likely she will continue for a while.
I'm so sorry,
Susie repeated. It wasn't you, Susie. She had already repeated that the fault was on the jaybird and the human. Jaybird, that increased specificity. I love it. Birdly is now the mascot of the Toronto Blue Jays baseball team. A couple moments passed. Noelle was finally cleaned up as she took a minute to fully recalibrate herself. Do you remember when we saved the world? She asked. Oh shit. This is an interesting take on the canon. For Susie, the Dark World was light years away. One morning she was playing hooky. She and Chris began a journey to a wondrous world multiple times. Those were the days, she thought. They meant so many different folk, and they were able to stop the destruction of the world. They even had help from friends and family who all thought it was a dream. It was a miracle they were able to somehow do this with no one knowing what was happening except Chris, Noelle, and Susie. It really was a miracle. Cool that it worked out like that, though. There were no doubt hardships, but everything was saved. Birdly's a JD bird. Oh, that fits. JD's current profile picture on YouTube is Mordecai. There is no Elden Ring news today. Sorry, Noelle...
Yeah, I do,
Susie answered. I think I know what Chris was trying to do. Remember the Dark World in the library? Noelle had been told about what happened to her in Birdly years later by Susie. What happened to her in Birdly? So the canon is different here. She eventually believed her and kept it a secret. There had been time for everyone to recall their adventures then, except for Birdly, who was still left none the wiser, considering the incident a dream, and no one that he has already forgotten. Oh, and one that he has already forgotten, so Birdly doesn't know. Susie replied yes. Noelle was hesitant to say much. Something happened there with us.
What happened?
Nothing awful, but there could be a chance that Birdly remembers something now. Some false memory or feeling. That could be why Birdly doesn't like Chris now, or me. It seemed like that she was close to breaking a valuable oath. She decided to make that be all that she says. After all, there could be 100 reasons at this point. So like a weird aborted Snowgrave reference, I guess, maybe?
Why'd you guys never tell me this? That explains a lot.
Susie became a bit concerned about this. How come they never told her? The details of the library fountain were dusty in her head. At the time, we thought it didn't matter because Chris told me about it. She stared across the room, referring to some ominous cause or event. I'm just trying to think of why this all happened. Susie didn't press on. She could have brought it up more, but the cause of this outbreak didn't matter. What mattered was making sure Noelle felt okay. Chat says Bergley was dead the whole time. The coma theory.
Time passed as they lightened the mood up with conversation. Noelle desperately just wanted to spend time with Susie. Eventually, a particular topic came up as they took sips from wine on the coffee table, the intimacy of their relationship. So, Mark, how's your sex life? Do you guys, asked Noelle.
Oh, hell yeah, almost all the time. One time we...
Sure, Susie, I don't want to know that. Noelle nervously laughed.
All right, sorry.
Susie apologized. It sounds like you guys have that covered, haha. Oh, they sure do, Noelle, they sure do.
We do.
Susie was disappointed that she couldn't say more than that. Is that meta? Is that like because of the stipulations of the fanfic contest? Susie was prevented from saying any more diegetically. But a thought did just pop into her head in the process.
I wonder why it happens so much,
Susie said. She already had a theory, however, it wasn't worth bringing up now.
What about you two?
That's definitely meta. Oh, it just isn't for us, and that was that. There was a small fire burning inside Noelle. She felt like a teenager again. At one point, she sat really close to Susie and almost leaned in for a kiss, but that transformed into a deep hug. They felt what they were thinking of just couldn't happen anymore. They had others, despite what happened, who deserved just as much love and devotion. Oh. Suzella's on the brink. It's teetering on the brink. Susie had the Roblox sensor on her. As 2 hours passed, a knock was heard from the door. It was Birdly and Chris. They had spent their time catching up, albeit reluctantly, as they put aside their differences. For all of them, it was difficult to look at each other. Birdly stood before Noelle and Susie. An extremely sincere apology was announced from Birdly, followed by Chris's. Sorry, I spaced out while reading that for some reason. Birdly stood before Noelle and Susie. An extremely sincere apology was announced from Birdly, followed by Chris's. I know, assured Noelle. We know. Susie simply gave a disappointed look to Birdly, but accepted. They all felt regret, but gradually the two couples began to talk again. Discussion was light as Birdly planned on saying goodbye. Eventually, light discussion on Chris's paintings popped up. His work was realistic and raw. His human studies involved a touch of Edward Hopper's Nighthawks. IRL lore, love it. Does that imply that human studies, like there's monster studies as well? I guess that is what it implies, like there's monster artists, they're two different classes. One painting featured a purple and black jester sitting on a stool, head on his fist with a look of solitude. I know exactly the painting you're referencing, that's great. I don't know what it's called, so I can't look it up, but I can picture exactly what you were going for there. Later, the focus turned toward an aerial oil painting of Hometown. That's funny, that's the in-game perspective. I like the meta touches. Susie asked,
Hey, what's with the bunker?
Everything was accurate besides the bunker, as it sat surrounded by trees. Oh. Suddenly, Chris felt a stabbing motion in his soul. A vision bombarded him. Flashback to the bunker? Hell yeah, let's go. Who's... Oh, is this Toriel? I'm betting it's Toriel.
We're here, dear.
Toriel's gonna sound kind of like Noelle. I don't have any great voices for either of them. Chris's eyes opened while slouched in the back seat of a car furnished with tan cloth and a plastic interior. That's exactly what my mom's minivan looks like. Like, exactly. That's on point. Toriel woke them up as she parked the car and announced their arrival. Toriel unbuckled and began to gather her things. They were in front of her workplace, the school. Sleepiness was replaced by fear. This was Chris's first day at school, and they didn't know what they were going to do. Toriel held their hand, going inside and toward the kindergarten, so Chris has reverted to Vathemdom in the past, which is interesting.
going inside and toward the kindergarten classroom as a rush of anticipation from everyone inside elevated the mood around the school. They were given their headband and a hug by their mother, but it wasn't enough. Even though it was morning playtime, Chris did not want to be there. They wanted their mom. They wanted their brother. They waddled toward a corner, lowered their head, and cried softly. As Chris patted the pink scarf on their face, even the Ralsei lore is being set up painstakingly here. They heard a soft hello and looked up. It was a blue bird holding an airplane Hot Wheels. Hell yeah.
Are you okay? We can play together. What's your name?
He chirped, smiling.
I'm Birdly.
Young Birdly, so cute. Chris's pupils dilated. He lowered his head. Noelle noticed him leave, wondering what was going on. Out of everyone's sight, Chris headed to the bedroom. He passed Clara, who asked if everything was okay. He hugged her and moved on.
Once again, I'm completely sorry. I was a fool, said Birdly.
You'd better be, Susie barked. Noelle was cleaning up the kitchen as Chris passed her, staggering toward the hallway. It was in the middle of conversation when Birdly turned toward the end of where Chris stood. There's a gunshot? What? So, did Chris do the soul thing? Chris pulled out his soul. Maybe? Birdly felt pain. Panic. He covered the source of the pain on his breast, clenching it. Glancing at Chris, he saw him pointing a smoking snub-nosed .38 at him. Face neutral. Holy shit. He collapsed on the floor. Birdly watched a dark fog wash the house as his wound became dusty. What the fuck? I have to go back and analyze Chris's character. How did you do that? Why did you do that? What made him do it? They all come back. The bunker triggered it. Time and space began to merge and contort. Noelle and Susie were frozen. Birdly's vision was becoming dim with shock absorbing the radiating agony. Still, he couldn't pull a single muscle. As he forced his head toward Chris with what little determination he had, a giant red-eyed serpent slithered toward him, its mouth agape. Before all light was snuffed out, Birdly's last sight was of the snake fading into a faceless, gray, monotone-colored humanoid hovering over him, reminiscent of Chris. Then the world was covered in darkness. What a crazy ending! Out of nowhere. That was going so weirdly well, and then Chris pulls that shit. Nutty. Goner vessel. I don't even know what the lore implications of that are, but that was intense. The death of Birdly brings on the roaring. I think that was more metaphorical. It's just like Birdly died. I don't think that would actually trigger the roaring, but anti-Curdly. There's probably some I feel like there's some deep metaphor in there that's gonna pass over my head in this context. I feel like there's something else leading to that I've not taken in here. Something about the bunker. Yeah, something about the bunker. Interesting. Okay. So I'm gonna open up grading for that one. Oops, don't want to show that. That was very cool. That was a very cool one. Wait. Have to delete the old responses, then open the new responses. Right. Alright, back open for business. Oh, the bingo card. Yeah, we got character death. This is the only one so far that I hadn't filled in Birdly as an asshole, because he didn't do anything particularly mean in this one. But if that's what it comes down to, Birdly is always an asshole, maybe? Do I do it for the bingo? I want the bingo, fuck it. Birdly is just passively an asshole. Bingo, we finally did it. False bingo? Who cares? It doesn't matter. Chad is very conflicted about what to rate this, for various reasons it seems. I am too. This one's a bit hard to rate maybe. It's complex. I felt like what's weird about this one is it had a decent bit of humor, but like it not very like overtly, just it kept making me giggle for various reasons. Like just really subtle things like the little meta comments and stuff. So I'm actually going to give this a 5 in the humor department. I thought that was pretty... it punched above its weight for how little emphasis seemed to be put on the comedy. The Fidelity, that's a hard one. There was lots of good intentional typos. The pronouns were addressed diegetically. I thought it was pretty thematically on point. The characters getting along so well immediately felt a little bit like a left turn from the trajectory of the story. Like I couldn't quite believe that it would be resolved that quickly, but it was still pretty good overall. I'm gonna give it a 7 in Fidelity. And then for Poignancy, I thought it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I'm not sure exactly what it means yet, but I feel like there is some meaning there to Chris in the ending. So maybe I'll go with a 9 actually. It's not quite, didn't quite strike me as much as some of like the absolute like 10 out of 10s I've given so far, but it's pretty close. So I think I'll hand it a 9. All right. Let's give it a countdown until I close off the voting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and closed. Now the tally. Interesting, there's a bimodal distribution for Fidelity. There's 2 peaks that are separate from each other. I think that's what bimodal means. If I'm not, you can make fun of me. Alright, that's the tally done. And that will be the final fic for today's stream. Oh boy. I'm right, but you're gonna bully me for knowing the answer too. That's valid. Stream art. Oh yeah, of course. Very exciting. Let's see what stream art's been cooked up. I knew that Mooks said they were going to do one maybe. Today was wild. Yes, this was a great success as far as I'm concerned. Lots of very good submissions, lots of very varied submissions. And a lot of fun to read, honestly. There were none that I didn't enjoy reading so far. Therapist Caster, yeah, very funny. So I guess the remaining things to discuss are when the next stream will be. Maybe we can do a quick informal poll here. I guess if you want the stream to to wait until next Sunday on the weekend, press 1 in chat, and if you want it to be as soon as possible, press 2 in chat, and I'll get a quick gauge of the will of the people here. Oh, okay, that's a lot. It seems pretty split, actually. I can make the full tally perhaps on the VOD. Okay, there's a lot of ones coming in now. Do an actual poll, says Toby. That's probably a good idea, isn't it? But now all the 2s. I can't tell if people are posting more than one number is the problem. Reuse the poll. Oh, that's a good idea. I already had a poll, of course. Wait, how do I... There, I'll add a first question. Okay. I've recalibrated the grading form to now be a poll for when to stream. Responses are open. Oh, Toby wants to be a mod. Yeah, I guess you can be a mod, Toby. Stop grading the comedy. Okay, so far Tomorrow is winning by a large margin. Oh, it's evened out. It's evened out now. I'll keep looking for the stream art in the meantime. Arts and crafts. Wait, who's Super Saiyan? Oh, I thought that was like Super Saiyan Noel, but it's unrelated. Never mind. Okay. Oh, nice. We have a longtime lurker, Bad Raccoon, submitted a very depressing, sort of new wave looking fan art here. A very depression core. That's great, actually. Like the empty, like boxy apartment behind them too. It's pretty much exactly how I pictured them looking too. That's pretty great. Thank you for that. Oh, there's lots actually. There's several. Next up, we got Birdly discovers Umriss.png. Simple and to the point, but very accurate. What the fuck? Pretty weird if you don't remember the first fic. The canon was the second fic was that Birdly wrote this whole thing as a class essay. Just what the wildly uncomfortable implication. I already showed JD's, but it's worth showing again. Actually, I don't know where it went. Oh, there it is. There it is.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I ruined it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The amazing Smiling
it.
Friends edit
sorry.
by JD. Truly top tier. Look at that still frame. I love that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Fucking hell, I love that thing. And there's even more. Oh, Mooks did a whole comic, like a whole. It's the Gaster Therapy comic, I think. I can't even. Maybe it's a bunch of stuff. Let's look at this guy. It's an anthology. Okay. This one's gonna be dense. Gotta break it down. So first up, we have Remnant writing the preface, I believe. Gaster's getting hyped for the stream. I hope Gaster enjoyed the stream, watching from the metaphysical void beyond time.
We are very similar, Burley. You'll be a successor of me in the future.
Like, yeah, the weird, like, anime Metal Gear Solid dialogue. Big into that. Chris calling out Noelle for being gay. Everyone's favorite plot beat. I like this interpretation of the new Chris, too. They are... I guess he looks kind of like a... I don't know, like he's at a fancy dinner party, which I guess is... that makes sense. That's what they're doing. It's like a little penguin man.
You think you deserve her more?
You horny fucker.
I fucking hate ketchup.
Just some god tier lines from Ridley. Oh, it's the Tails gets trolled edit. I love it.
Noelle was a fucking lesbian.
They're calling Tails gay and shit. Says Sonic the Hedgehog. Exactly. I love that. There's Chris and Birdly beating the shit out of each other like half the fic started with. Very good. Ooh, $5 in chat from Brayden. Can you please pause the stream? I need to go to the bathroom. Isn't this someone else's gag on stream? Like I need to brush my teeth? Which stream? Was that Joseph Anderson or Germa? I had to, please stop streaming, I have to brush my teeth. I'll pause the stream for as long as it takes for me to finish my tea. How about that? Okay. Yes, the tea is still warm, Toby. It's in a thermal flask. Thank you for $5, Brayden. That's very good. What are the requirements of being a mod? Well, there's not much, but like, that Man Oh Man is Toby. He's the guy I'm working on making a game with in real life, so he's allowed to be a mod. He's also a mod in the Discord, but he never posts. Oh, there's Therapist Gaster. Best Gaster, of course. Chris's brilliant philosophical gambit being thwarted by Birdly eating both pills. And some good old-fashioned Suzelle to cap it off. What a wonderful anthology mooks. That's excellent. Reminder that Hulk just went to the grocery store once in TGT. I forgot about that. Thanks for reminding me. The Hulk doesn't do anything in TGT. He literally does nothing. Except go to the grocery store, I guess. And was that... That is all the fan work. Alright, that was a lot of great art. I'm very happy with that. They go along with a lot of great fics. So, let's look at the poll once and for all here. There's a slight majority for next week, it seems. It's pretty close, but a slight majority, and if it's next week, it'll give my voice time to rest more too, so I vote for next week personally. So it looks like it's going to be next Sunday, after all. Irina also made one? Wait, did I miss one? Was it in Arts and Crafts? Irina did not do fan art. Okay, never mind. So, that's it. That's the end of Umriss Part 1. The end of Umriss Part 1. So I guess I'll be seeing everyone next week before we do the last set of 7 fics, which are, let's just go over them real quick here. Umriss 2, Umriss Harder by Maisie, 2100 words. The Frantically Finished Umriss fic by AB, full 3K. Black Pills and Purple Prose, probably the best title of the lot, I have to say. By Cupertino Effect, 2000 words. My Take on the Umriss Ending by X Noodle Plays, 2800 words. Schattenfreude, which is another, maybe that's actually the best title. Schattenfreude. Where'd that go? By Shadow of Roserade. Oh, our longtime contributor, the Stream's own fanfic author, Shadow of Roserade. That'll be fun. Unluminated by someone, by Blackwater, and Frist. Not First, Frist. It's also German. By Messina. Alright. And that'll have to do it for today. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for all the submissions, and thank you to everyone who donated money to me, obviously. And yep, I'll see you next week, and we'll do it all again. It'll be great. Bye for now.